Order.
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit
Tabaptaqtait na isodan angalachi huta isummatibut tawalu tamatkuati na hawatarikavut isumagibluit qiyanak. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment. Environment and climate change.
Change it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cost of living challenges have been raised by the Northwest Territories residents and members of Legislative Assembly in both the 18th and 19th Legislative Assemblies. One of these challenges is rent for residential and recreational public land leases, including those that support traditional harvesting activities. The lease rent minimum increased to $840 annually for resident and recreational leases in the last Legislative Assembly.
Kota kanoka atormata inunanik haperna qipelaktoq. Kota kota akileranak kanok atormata nunanik mani. Ukotauqa qanoqa mikliniaqat qanoqa tormata akiliranaq ukotauqa qanoqa 842 hamma akiliranaq ukiormi tabra qanoqa ukotauqa atormata ta miklikin ligitsoq qanoqa at haki liqanaq ukotau qanoqa tormata tap kottut qikkaarnearaluarait aglan hapernerpeellaktoq qanoqa tut qikkaarnaq qanoqa avautari kamirru taamna qanoq ukotauqa qanoqa qanoqleqait soqqiniaraluarat qanoqa ukota tangungitsuuttauta tauqa igloqarmata taamani nunaptingni tainna ukot qanoqa pisuaqqiniaraluarait taapkot atormata naagaluunniin piqartut ukotauqa tangungitsuuta anguniarmata tauqa tutqikkarnearait qanoqa atornearnaq ukotauqa hilakputa himmerman tapkotauqa qanoqa hilakputa nakunginnama nakunginman tabra isuaqqinaarluartoq qanoqa havangmata tainna Kuat ka kanok ka kuat isoknyaklugi ikayoknyaklugi tap kuat pekaktot atoktot nunanik koyenak. Isini tabra kallang niaktok. Ukot ntakkat ilihakniaktot ikayoknakkirit. 2021 mi tabra kanok pirokut malakutalit aglakluit signing nika dahugait. Ukot kanok ukot ka nutakating munaki kamiring kanok tapkot ukot kanok ukot nutakat munaki niya kamirong daycare nika una okaktok. Kanok kot akiliyakanak nutakat munaki kamirong kanok tayo na haperanyak kibelektok. Kanok ikayo nakigay tapkot nita ukot munakrit nutakanun
program review that was completed in spring of 2021. Mr. Speaker,
ang iyakatapkot ikayo na kiruk kanok early childhood mitay hugay tapkot kanok nutakanik munakrinak. Ukot mani nunapting ni tabra ikayo na kirutap kot nutakadig ilihanak tot kanok leka humilika tapkot nutakatok early learning child care tapkot nutakat ilihanak tot kanok naptak tautung naktok kanok kakeharakun tapkot pipkalingin niya kay tapkot tautung naktutay na evaklerum si kanok tam na nutakat muna kanyak tot kanok early childhood learning tam na tautung naktok kakeharakun. Ukot kanok ukot NWT mi nakukinyak tut kanok atom tayo na habang mata. Ohima nutakat kanok pinyak to tapkot nutakat nakuhinyak to kanok ilyakan yang mata tayo na habang mata. Ukot kanok tut kikanek luit kanok leka kanok tapkot nutakat ilyakan tot tapkot child care nik tayo gay tapkot tutakarat ilyakan tot nakokiligo ilyakalit koyanak.
Minister.
Koyanak minitak. Tabra una okakti ikayura ko roak no takkan inyong nik habang etchonik. Tabra social services nik pinakagata niktun. Tabra tayo na tabra tap ko na tamat na muna kanya akluit. Tutkik ka na akluit. Nutakakit na ilokanya katawlugit tabra tamat ko 2023. Tabra tayo na kanok kayo klugit. Tutkik ka klugit kanok inyuni ako tingit. Tabra tap ko Northwest Territories ni tamat ko nga muna kridot. Tayo nalo ang alatsiro tamat ko nga kanok. Isumatigib luit tamat na pilaw takakluit. Nalo inyuni law takubluit.
Prevention is complex.
Tam naptaking minyon. Piyuk tuat na tokon na tuat tap kot ilitsokali kibut pang mapakit na muna kanya kanali kibut. Tayo nalo inuit na inawara ni ito lokay niya katawluit muna kanya kibut. Tutkik ka kanya kibut nagalunin na ilitsokap kaluit kihimun ikayok tikraming nik ibaklak pata paketsi tiluit na tayo ikayo kanya kay nuna bud nitaw. Tabra tayo na tam na itsumati kaptigutit na habangit na islotun hawak parak to tamat ko muna kabluit. Muna kanyikun tayo na ingming yun in-evaluate tayo katimaringit. Tabra tayo na ikayo tiraktot at awan mo. Tabra IRC ni tabra tamakati maringit tapkot na tayo na ikakahluman na pulak takot ang ilitsakap kanya kaktot tamat ko nga kano haraw tingin niya kinuit ilihimat ko bluit kano kikayutik rangin niya. Tabra tamat ko na tayo malayar niya kaktot timingay layar niya kaktot muna kibluit nalo ilitsakap kakluit kihut ikayok tikraming niya ibaklak tot pakitsila kibluit. Tabra tayo na awan mo na ikayuti bluta kaya na tami ilokata kanok tayo na ilokanyik atawluit ikayuti raktuti nalo kakatigi kuta katimara kuta. Tabra tayo na 79% dun tayo na ikihlili kibut tamat ko na ikayuti tamat ko na habaw tangit. Ikayo na akluit tamat ko. Ingming yun pinyak to at tayo nalo tangak to at ataramik tangalayar niya kun ikayo na akluit. Kanol Dr. Tam na ilihuk tating iliniyak tabut tayo na iliniyakabut ilokata tayo na tawke na taw chikun habakati udatam na tutkik karna riwut. Tabra tamat ko na ilitsakap kanya ako ta. Tayo na tabra Inuvialuktun tamat ko ikayutit nutakaran nun nagaluni tamat ko nga tamat ko na kanok na ingilakan kanok ikayuting itin na lilitsaka niya kakibot kanok ko ting tamat ko ikayo hiwot ingilakan mat ko at pigalawak tin nagit ilingit. Tabra tayo na lutawang awlaw tirak lugit 24 mi tabra tamna isumatigilit kikputta taitna ikayohluit aulau tirakatakaluit taitna inuit taabanga aulau tiraktuni na nullaqtorearotiruni nakulhaarman tabra taitna inugeektuat titna ta ibhivunerigaat taitna ikayohluit tabralutait na tamatkoat ilyakiraartugu tamaunga inyuneartuanun ikayor tisraptingnik isamat tigibluit khianaqpak unaptauqa aqanat isumagibluit taapkuat naaqanoqinyuneartuat isumagibluit tabratamanna uqautigillangnaali kigamani Northwest Territories mi Tabrak taitna ilokata taitna ilihimarugut ilokata utoqqana taitna taavunga taitna ilihimaq pauraqtut taitna inyuunearninik tabralu nutaqqatit innaptauq isuma inna ikayorniararigait qanoq ikayoq pauraqlugit ikayorarigait nutaqqatinnaagaluunin nutaqaurat tamatkualu taitna ingmingyun piyuutiruat taitna tabra tamatkuat isumaagiligit hivuneraligitkikput pangmapak tabralu tauq taitna tamaunga igilauraqaquta pulaktaqquta ilitserap kainialigitsugut qanoq ikayuutiksranginnyik taapkuat aqnat napiyuaqtat tabralup tauq taitna inuit nanutaqqat taitna qanorlu taitna tabralu taitna ikaaqqaarlugu manna tabra tamatkuat kavamavutit nailitserap kaarniaqarigivut qanu herautiksranginnyik taitnalu tabra tamatkuat tutqikaarniarlugitki qanoq inyuuneaqatigit nalu ingmingyuungaartinniarlugit tabralu taitna taamna tabra hannaeqqimaroq hivunikirarput taitnalu piniaq qanoqqa isummatikput hivunikirarput illiqihimarugut taaptuminga qanoq ikayuutiksraninginnyik taitnalu tauqtam taamna isumagillaliitkiga ingminnyik inna igiluitsuat tukkuitsuat tamatkuat isumagiligitkika tamaaneqaruinnarpisukitartuartuat tabralu taitna inna tamatkuat uqautivlugit katimaqatigivlugit taitna tamatkuat tinna ingmingyun piyuutiraqartuat tinna tabra taaptuminga ilitserapkaarniarlugit qanoq inyuullautautikranginnyik tabra aqnat taitna taimaartitartuat taimaalaaruat tamattuma illuilliuni inyuunearuhingat inyuunearutinik tamatkuninga tabra taitnaqquting taapkuat inna uvani hivunniaruik pangmi ilitserapkaaligitsugut tamatkuninga qanorlup tauq taitna tammaqtartuat naagaluunniin taimaartitat taitnalu toqutat tabra iñugiapiartut maani iñuunearviptingni uqartiit tabralu taitna tamatkuat inna illiqiravut qanorlu na illuatun taitna iñuunearnimmik ilitserapkaarniarlugit tabralu huamahivluta inna taitna ilitserapkaarniararivut tamatkuat iñuuneartuat quianarpak
Member statements, member for Haver South.
Haver South na ang kalangniartoq ukat itqaagillangniaraat NDPD Premier Manitoba tamna pinyaligin niya ko tamna 16 hipanik 16 months nik tay hugay to got kanok tap got equal lek parak tot nagaluni ulek parak tot kanok to ikayonek pati tap got kanok got tau Havak bait tam tap tumuna equal lek paramata physically in koten got tau kanok tap tumuna tamna equal lek kan pangmata kanok tap got iglui liligi chut nagaluni na havakaktot tap kununa ta ikollak paraligin yakut hanok tap got ikayonak kigalok tap got kanokleka got havakaktot kanok tap got ikayonak tap got kanokleka ikayonak kigalok got inuit tavernitot hevermi kanok EIC ITI got tabra kanok ikayonak pati tap got ubani ubang iglok pakpang kanok ikayonak pati tap got kanok got tau got kanok ikayonak kalok tap got tap got.
Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to the magnitude of financial support required for businesses in Hay River, Catlodeche, and Enterprise, these supports cannot come from the GNW.
Got kihullaka ikayonak kigalok tap kunung inuit tap got nangyak parak tot kuyanak mampuy min kalang nek tok kuyanak got kanok healthcare system diktay hugay got kanok ikayok tit kanok humilaka ikayok tit tap got inyong ning kanok tap got tit kikanak kigalok tit kanok tap got ikayurot inyong ning got kanok tap got kolegalok tit tap got yal knife me tap got pulak lawit yal knife me kanok tap got kanok ikayunik ikayui huruanik tau tigak luting pa aglan pinginyagat ikayunginyagat tayo na kanok nakpat ublupak kanok tap got awlalagin niya ko tayo mga tamang harog Edmonton mo tayo na hingming yung tutkikanak ting kanok tam na tayo maligin niya ko taberni Edmonton mi Tam kanok ikayona kirtap kot kanok taina anneartuat kanokka ikayona kirtaina kanorleqa takkot ivarleraluarnequt ikayuktiksraranik aglaan bakinne bakin inniaqqut taina taavunga haaruk kaulaliginniaqqut Edmontonmun ivarluktin kanok ikayonaqqigaluartut Inuvialuktun taina hapernaqqilluut qianaq.
There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Qaqti kanok taapkuat Inuit aimabamni kanok taapkuat aulaliginniaqqut qanorliqa ingmingnik kanok taapkuat aulla kaming tamna kanok ikayuginniarait maanga kanok hinaullarluting taavunga haaruk Edmontonmun qanorniarpatigit kanok ikayorniarpatigit taina qianaq.
Member state.
Sapaatsumin unauqallangniartoq ilitsuqapkaalangniartoq uminga isumagi kaminik tamatkuatin na tutrikkaniartuat angiluanik avaanik tavalutaitna kanok taamna ingmiktigunitna tutra nappainiartuat ikayuutiksranik tamatkununga huammatinun tavalutaitna tamatkuat kuugitit na igila na haqavartinngaiqqamitigit tavalutaamna eqqinapiartoq taitna havaanik pikaming tavalutaitna tamatkuatinna eqqinartut taitna ikayu tamatkuninga havaaqartuat taamna itna ingmiktiguttauqitna tutqikkaaniaarrutingi nalu huammatit matkuat akiikliliaarniarlugit ingmingnik nappainialigitsut huaguoq tamara ikayuutiksramingnik taitna tavalutaitnaptaaq tamani Northwest Territories ni NWT mi havaktuksranik inuiakkiligitsut havangniarpatataaptumuna tauquna huli kia tamatkuat na akiliiraqaarniarpat tamattuminga huammateqpangnik atukkangannik naagaluunni nappainiartuanik tamannalu itna tamatkuat itna oqroqoruatnik itna oqroqoruanik havaktuat naagaluunnin taitna billions tun tammakiinaurat tamatkuat atoongnaqait taitna nappainiaqqaming naagaluunnin isagutiniaqqaming havaakranik Canadami tavalutaitnaptauq tamanna hiljagput qanoqinmagaan itna huinnaliruaq isumaaluuttarangitkait tamatkuat uqaqtigi tamatkuat itna ilihimagivut havaakrat huli kuat tabring miktiun ing ming niktaw na panyak tot ikayutik sa huamatinik. Tabalutay na. Itna tabra ukuatit na ing miktigun. Kaba makaktot itumalugin mika tamat kuatit na tanggung itchot kuya nakpak. Unaptaw frame lake minyakal lang naktok. Tabra una 8 ukiuni tabra tamat kuatit na 8 ukiuni utak kagaloak nga nami huli $10 million tuntay na ito naglaan Kenya or nakatoktot. Tabra lutay na tuharit ka na pangmapak hilitso kay lakatakto nga na tamat ko ni nga kanito nagalaan ato ko ni ngat tayo na aulak titak matigit inuit mga ikualak paraman nagalunin itchim tayo na isyak man na ikiyaw tiblugo tayo na kuting tayo na aulak titakangit.
Designated sites on privately owned lands. Once again,
Tabrap tamat ko din na yung miktiyon nunakaktot nagalunin kihulakaki nunakaktot tayo na kanokulugitin na ikayo ko niyak pitigit. Tabrap tayo na tayo na. Tayo na tabrap tamat ko din na hibun niyo hibun niyo pang mitamadat o kakilait o kakirak patigit mat ko dilit so kirak tilugit maane kano haraw timingnik imakun nagalunin tayo na tamat ko nga tuhalay chud tayo na hurakaw tikranginik tabrap tayo na ang makalugutan na kihunun lakay na ilitso kekrak tabrap tayo na nalupkihong niyak tu tamat ko din na ilihima hukkaloktot tabrap tayo na kanokin niyak tilakrangit Saskatchewan mi tabrap GNWT mun na ilyakirot ikayutik ramingnik ikayutik ranik tayo na 8 ukiuni tabrap tayo na kanok heraw tinginik tao tu payangit chunga tabra nu payako apakruta kakdunga kaya nakpak Inuvialuktun Lakes kaya nako kakte tabrap tao ko kuat tayo maktaktot matkot akanat nagalunin ilokan tayo na tabra unap tao tabra kaya yak paralit kaya una nalunayin ngutak kano heraw tinginik tamatkot akanayat akanat tabra tamatkot tayo na tabra kaya yak paralit kit katamatkot tayo na ikayoktot tabra ikayokto ako na great native women's nin great slave min sina na tapkot ki ikaw na ikichirot taptemi William Greenland tabrap tawak tam na William Greenland kaya ilit kaya tayo na taptemi nga atu tinik atoktot Jerry Sharp akanat matkot ataw chikon nang tabra marna po kaya tap kaya ilit kaya tayo na taptemi nga ilyakilin man tayo na mani Northwest Territories ikakaklugit tabra tam na piliuligin niya ka pigo kung iligid matkot no tak akanayat akanalo tayo maktaktot tabra ilitsure piakto nga kanok qanoqluta na maani Northwest Territories ni malaqutalianik na maliktakrangинники на илитсориpiartunga uvani aqappinagutikama emeleengor tin ima emeleengor qama ilitsorivaalukka qanoq aangalatilain qiyanarpak.
Statements. Member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today,
Ukota ay mabichot ukota tam naptak imak puta kakilang nariya. Ukota inaurat nig ukota nit inuit hama hapernak kipik kanok inyu hapernak kipelektok ay mabimne. Kanok ukota kanok Inyanik piyukliktot tapkot kayong nakigaloktot tapkot inyait ukot munakrinyakirit kanok kayorlugi tapkot ay mabichot nagalunin itot igluni kanok tapkot tauki kayo nakikay tapkot inuit atoktot igluni kanok lekay kayo nakirit tapkot tauka ay mabichot ikayo nakikay tapkot hamma iyang ita inyurut tupirni halappahamma ukot kanok taptaminga imeranik payuktot kanok tapkot imeranik ay trirat ilatni taina havalaichut taina imeranik pilaitkait ilatni qoqarurut imikrainyamin aglan qaikafi taina ikayorniaq patigita ilatni maningnik pihukurut ukot kanok iglunik ilatni imirnik pinyamin kanok hapernak kepelektok kanok inyuhek kanok tapkot kanok imay kaming taber hapernak kepelektok inyuhek kuyanak techomin ukalang nektok kuyanak tapkot ukagilaki katkay ukot kanok kuvirok makirok nunapting nun tam na oil sands nagtayugay karok 2023 tam na May tapkot makiligin yakok nunapting nun kanok oil sands Alberta tapkot okororakanika habaktot kanok tam na makiligin yakok nunapting nun kanok tutkikana kigalok kanok wagud we katin nakikaita Inuit tapkot tutkikarlu tapkot kanok tamna makiroaki okorora paluk nunapting nun kanok kanok kay papakam tamna okororak maunga makilingin niya kok tapkot oil sands nikdahugay do okororak tamna nagukinchak kanok ukot kanok tamna makirokli ay papak kanok tapkot habang tagalarat nakokingit chokoli kanok habang parang nakigalak tutkikarlu ita dayna tapkot makirot nunapting nun okororak ag nakungit chokam makirokin nunapting kuyanak Tuniday Waliday kuyanak ukot kanok 3 months dun hama ukot port resolution mi tapkot ay mabem ni kanok ukot makam ukarigalwara aglan kabamat makwa tapkot habaktot kanok kanonek parugo tapkot habaktot kabamani tamna habaktot kabamani administrator nikdahugay tamna habaktot tabrani ukallaw tinaktukuwo kanok katimanaktot kanokleka ukallaw tinakalaktot aglan pilay niya kok tamna administrator miktayuga tamna kawamanika habaktok kanokleka habang mata ukot kanok hok tautuktin hinyakay tapkot kanok habaktot kanokleka habaktot kawamat aglan kolelay nyakay tapkot kanok habang mata ukot Inuit tabrani port resolution mi habagurot maka kanok isok kanya kaluaktot tapkot kanok habaktot dayna kuyanak Tuniday Waliday Great Slave
The abuses and violations committed and condoned by the Government of Canada against Indigenous people, and in particular women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIPA+ people, is genocide. These abuses and violations have resulted in the denial of safety, security, and human dignity for Indigenous people, and are the root causes of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ LGBTQIPA+ people. Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people are forced to confront violence on a daily basis and live in a world where perpetrators act with impunity. The steps to end and redress this genocide must be no less monumental than the combination of systems and actions that has worked to maintain colonial violence for generations. We must address the historical, multi-generational, and intergenerational trauma and social and economic marginalization of Indigenous people. We must break the status quo and stop ignoring the agency and expertise of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people. The calls for justice arise from international and domestic human and Indigenous rights laws, including the Charter, the Constitution, and the Honour of the Crown. As such, Canada has a legal obligation to fully implement these calls for justice and to ensure that Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people live in dignity. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis families can raise their children with the same safety, security, and human rights that non-Indigenous families do. Mr. Speaker, past efforts in this area have been reactive rather than preventative, which is a significant barrier to addressing the root causes of violence. Further, insufficient political will continues to be a roadblock. Proper prioritization and resourcing of solutions by governments must come with real partnerships with Indigenous peoples that support self-determination in a decolonizing way. The calls for justice represent a path forwards towards ending Canada's genocide and to transforming the systemic and societal values that have worked to maintain colonial violence. The calls for justice aren't just about institutions or governments, although they do have foundational obligations to uphold. There is a role for everyone, both in the short and long term. Individuals, institutions, and governments must all play a part. I encourage everyone to read the calls to action and to understand, and most importantly, to act on their roles in them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements, member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North mit khayanak parak. Tabrapta ko na una ang ngahlugo kanok nunakting pinyak kangat.
Ourselves 4 years later with 0 agreements concluded and many outstanding implementations.
Tabrapta panitun kya ko kiuni tabratam na tawag tuak magiga. Ilichore magiga kanok katon aktilakin man na ingmiktigon kawa makakanek to at nagaluni matkotin na uwawut kawa maurawut. Tabrapta tayo na tamatko tabrak na isumatigiga hulitam na isumraktung at tabratam na pihikput. Kaya nakpak. Yellowknife North me. Cam Lake me. Kaya nakukakte. Tabraw kwatit na I'm a Richard in your acted. Tabrap tamat kwatit na isumagili kibutap kwat aranayat aranatit na piyoaktat nagalunin tokutat. Tabrap na tamat kwatit isumagil naguti isumagil labut ulupak. Tabrap taw karanayat ang aranatit na piyoaktat. Tabralo tight na himagibutin yung to tight na tunagalan tabrahuli pang mapagtight na itokulitam na. Tabralo tight na inyong to ni tight na ay papak kanyak to kimagibut tight na ito. Tabralo tao kakanaya tight na naakanat na ing miktigun tight na pipkak tok ay papak. Tam na vlo tight na kano tinagalan tabar tamat ko na ing miktigun inmiktigun tauqtait na tutrikkarniaraloarlugu. Tavap tauqtait na aqnatait na igiloqanginmiut tamaaneriruinnaq umiliqaapisikutartuartut. Tavap tauqtait na qanorlu tava apeqruurniaqaloartut qanoqikajortiksramingnikivarlertuat ilihimarukkuraqaluartaamna ikajorleriñiartuaq tamatkuninga aqnaayaanik aqnanigluuniin taitna tamatkuat ataullugitit na piuartatit na ikajortiksramingnikit na taamna nalunaarilugu ikajorniartilaaksranginnik taitna nalunaipiarlugu tamatkuninga na havagveqartuat pitqugaluarait. Tavaluptaaqtaitna tamatkuat nutaqqat yuutnik pilaqigaitinna inñalaat nutaqqat. Tavalutaitna tunagilaan qanoq ñuuniartuat taitnalu ilihimarugutilo qanoq tamatkuat iñuuniartuat nahandemin qayalaqoqarte tavakuat tava NWTmi tamatkuat katimaruatin na katimaqatigikkatka tava 2022 mi tavalutait na uqauti kangaqanoq tamatkuninga piñaarniarniviljuni tavaluptauqit na kiiñauranigivarlequni qanorlu tamatkuat munaqaniarnikkamigi taitna pulaktartuat nihaani piutmi ingmigun tauqtaamna tamatkuninga piñiartuaqit na kiiñauratnik naagaluunin qanoq tamatkuninga havaangintigunin na nalunaaqimagaat pillautartuaqit na havallautartuaq tavaptauqtaitna ilitsuqikkanga taaptuminga tavaptauq tavani na ingmiktigun havaalit Hamletnik pilaqigait tavanik kavamaungitsuatit na ingmiktigutauq havauraquuritin auramingi tavatait na ukiuquna naannaptigu tamatkuap taitna agilangnikit na taapkuatit na sisamani ukiuni tavrani na havaktuat tauq taitna taamnaptauqit na munaqrauruq munaqihuugait tamatkuat havaktini tavalutaitna tunagilaan qanoq quliaqami agilaktanik quliaqtuaqit na illuatun tamatkuat angalapiaqait taaptumani tavrani iñuuniarvimingi taitnalu tamatkuatitna iglulaqiruatigun taitnalu qanoq angalaruutimingnik tamatkuninga na angaakrauruquna qanoq tamatkuatit na pilluatarmagit tavalutaitna qiaqparilit kigataamna tavalutaitna agilangnik tiyormat qiyanarpak nahandemi
Valerie.
Yellowknife Northman Kota kanuka itkagilang niarangat kuyanak. Yellowknife North. Nanak pudmi. Kuyanak. Ukot ay mavichat ukagilakara ukot kanok. Ukot ka inyanik biyuklak dot kanok kanok tapkot iglunik pekakpita safe house nik tayo kay tapkot ohima ukot ay mabing awla nektot kuyanak ukot ninakpun mitabra safe houses nik tayo kay tapkot kanok inyong nik ay mabekak kanok tapkot ukarik lagay ukarik ukatayigi kalaga
About, I think it was 2 years ago, in regards to housing numbers. I need a house.
malawni ukiuni tamat ko din na tamat ko nga igilokaran magaita taverni in na psikotakto akto din na tap tumi nga igilokaran magaita na kanyay chomik isumalong na chomik dahil na isilla kangan ni kinuita na psikotakto akto ataramik. Kaya tam na kanok. Ukota nunakpun mi igiluichok tayo na tap kuno na safe houses nik tayo kay kanok igiluichut tayo na nik tayo na hinik igiluichut. Aglan tap kota pekhaktut aglan kanaka ukagilagay ukautagilagit ka tap kota pinyaktot habang niyaktot tap tumingin tap tumuna tabra kota kanok kanok tap kota kanok ay mabini tayo na safe houses nik tayo gay kanok kota kanok inikaktugot tayo na kanok aglan CMHC tabra igilokaktugot tayo na kanok aglan pingitchut aglan ay yang inuit ay mabichut tam na inyo katigi tap kot for ni kamanutak kali kanok tap kot elaw chot ikayo na kigalo kay tap kot kanok tap kot ay mabichonik ay mabimne kaya nak kot higilinik pekakalo aktuit aglan for nik higilinik pinyaktut ulwahaktut tak higilinik for nik pekaktut tutuyak tormi hihaminik tabra pekakalo aktut higilinik kanok tapgot elechos ikayonak ikayorut kanorleka kanok tapgot igilokaktot apay mainyuniaktot taverni atawhimi iglumi kuyanak ngunakpunmi kuyanak taikok paraka minitak tayo na tam na kiyukam nga kanok tapgot ay mavichat igilokak pata ay mavamnin nagalunin humiinawar ni tama ni kanok tapgot ikayok nakigalot ikayok para nakigalok to tapgot kabamat kanok tam na tap kununa imaitrat na ataw na kanik kuyanak kuyanak Una NTPC tiul labing kanok tapgot habaw tarinak kalok to Tolson program tam na imakanik habaw tak huangarok pang nikaulatit kuyanak Jen kabamat tapgot kanok
expansion project. We remain open to working on a business partnership with all the NWT-based Indigenous groups that have
tapgot habaw tarigalwara tapgot kanok Tolson program tam na imakamik huangarok pang nikaulatit kuyanak tabacha kanok tam na Tolson Hydro project kanok awlamaba kuyanak kuyanak ni tam na pinyakalawakat kanok Tolson Hydro project kanok about tarigalwakat kanok aglan iya ni hapernya to kanok habang niyamata tayo na ogwatak hibunak puta nalunak to kuyanak okakti una tayo makirok 90th Assembly mik tayo gatum na kanok habak tuat mani iglok pakpang ni kuyanak NTPC okarineng kitkatapkot kamamat isagutin aktot Government havak tut ilokating tauchikun isokin yaklugi tapgot kanok habang naktot Tolson Hydro Project miktayugay wakauti wagi tap mini taptam na kanok government Canada government yun kuyanak County who get up got government, federal government, Canada government, County who get up to moon a Tulsan Hydro project mix. Got County who get na mini taktam na munakri iglunik. Canada government. Kuya na. They show me kalang nekto. Tapgot makirot kakilang nekit ka. Ochroronik makirot napting nun. Kano ka ito kanyak parang tayo na. Tam na makirot nunapting ochrorok kayak. Government mako hindi magalok dit kanok tapgot tam na makirok nunapting nun kanok habaw tarigaloka taglan ukot tao ka Fort Smith mi habak kalok dit kanok tam na makirok nunapting no kanok pinyak pat kanok isok kinyak parang. About tarigaloka kanok tam na kanok tam na makiman nunapting no. Habak kalarik put kanok ukot kanok habak kalarik put government tao ka Alberta min ilokata katimabluta kanok ukarinerik put tam na kanok iswak kinyak kuyanak. Teacho kuyanak. Kanok ukot kanok habang nakpita tao chikun aglan nagkaringit kalaki kanok tayo na habang naktot. Kuyanak. ECC. Kuyanak. Alberta tam diba kanok kanok habang naktot uwagulo tap ko ng tao ka Alberta. Nagkabamangit haba kalok tu tao chikut kanok tut kikanak lu kanak tap ko at makirot makroronik uwapting nun na nunapting nun mga techomin kuyanak power. Ukot tao ka kanok ukarigalok kapko dam na kanok kabamat habagurot na tayo na kanok tailings pond ni tayo gay tabra ni makihuri tayo okororok Alberta min Athabasca and Mikisew First Nation Tapgot Tangungi Chord Inuit Kanok Ugot Okaribarung Tan Kanok Tailings Pond Tam na Ukaibihu Okahiu Okarehu Vadrung Tan Kanok Isokiniaganak Okarablugu Kuyanak Ugot Tauka Tangungi Chord Inuit Kanok Government Makwa Ugot Vagut Kanok Ukarihugi Putam na Kanok Kanorleka Tutkikanek Louis Kanok Makirak Tam na Okrorok Nunapting no. Kuyanak Lichoy Kaloria Tam na Kanok Tapgot Kanok Katimamata Kanok Aglakpat Kanok Tauchikun Katimamata Aglakpat Aglakakpit Aglakakpihi Taina Taigornamik Got Tam Taptamuna Tam Makirak Okrorok Nunapting no Kuyanak Ugot Kanok Ukawtihuit Katapgot Ukariblugutam na Kanok Makirak Okrorok Aglauti Aglangnik Tuyong Kalawarit ka Taina Kakaharakun Email nik tay hugay Tapgot Aglangnik Taina Tuyong Alwak Hitka Minister Schultz Alberta Mintaver email nikta tuyoro gati utay na okalaw tibiluta kanok pinyaktot kanok kiswa kinyaktot tay na taptumunat makiramik okroramik kanok Tutkikarnak lugi tay na Havaktot tamani. Kanok Colette reports niktay hugay. Kanok tap ko utakigalawarit ka. Kanok tautuk tinaklit ka. Tap ko tap tumunga. Kami di mon. Kaya nak Ukot kanok Matkwa utaktaktot na anneaktoalakirot anneaktoalakiritigun Northwest Territories ni na Inuvialuktun nga kanuharauterim mga tatapko tavertam na umakiula Tavrokot okalauti ukiga una MLA gurok okalauti laukiga Tavra ukot na munakrirot tamatkot ilitsorep kanaktut ilitsorep kakaklugidahin dahil na bekiraktok ilaunak tamatkuninga анниартуалеқилиникит намунақрируаник тавалилитсерипкааққааралугит таматкуат қанорунеартилаакрангит қанорулуигилаунеартилаакраминник илитсерипиаққаарутин таматкуаттин наа илихимаруат налоққиунгитсуат таватайналу тайнахиника Inuvialuktun peqaqtukrau rugaluartugut taina illuatuni angalat parrung tamanna igilaunek tawatai matkoden NWT mi hapeqraqayaitchut igilaunikun anniartualaqqilit tigun na igilaugumin tainalutawaq taapkuain na illuatun pinagutti pigaluaquptigit tavalutaina malerutaliartamanna agalaktuar mati rung na igilaunek tamat kununa anniartualeqiluatigun taitna tabra inuitin na malikteqaruurutit ingmiktigun aullaaqangaeqqut pangmapak quyanarpak manfrimin quyanaqoqarti tabraptaaqit na taitna tamatkununga munarrihuuruanun havangitsuanun upagaqibut tamatkuat ilitsoraniaquta tabralaptaaq tamatkuatit na ilitsorapkalait kaatigut itnaqanoq aulaniaruutiksraptingnik nalo aullaaqautiksraptingnik quyanaq oqaapiqruutanga una tabrataitna naagaartulaitkait matkuatit naaullaartuksrat qilaminiaq taaktileqiruksrat tabratamatkuatit na ilitsorapkarait naagaartulaitkait maanin yalunaymi manpe manna piniangit kigapangmapak qanu uqautiksraqa aglan NWT mi tabralutamatkuat pilakkiqtuksraq na aullaqqartuat tabralutaitna tamatkuatit na anniartualeqilit aullartillapatigit tamatkuat anniarvingnun na aullautiarpatigit tabralutaitna tabralutauqtaamna peaneqqayauraqlugu havauttarikkara tabrataamna uumatugleani katimanagutiliit pata tabrataamna piniariga sunny day holiday quyanaqoqarti tabrana maakaapiqullang niariga tamatkuat huuq malautangin niqpahigi tamatkuatit na malautaliavut sunny day holiday tabrataaptama kiullang niaga tamatkuninga munaqriruam qanuherautinginnikka tamatkununan nunatigun naagaluni neralutigittigun unaminihitangat tabralutaitna ilitsureqqaarta $2.5 million tuntaitna tunagalaan atoqqemaruit pangmapak tabrapinaqaapak tabralutaitna tamatkuatit na aullaqtitaqlugit inuitit na ilihimarugi taitna tunagalaan kiinyawarani katoqqemarugut tamatkuat aulaqti takkavut tavertai na tuolluitamatkot ilitsoriliitsut tavertaaptuma minihitaurop na tamatkot na ilitsorepkartat naagalaktani qiinarpak uqarti tamatkot tavertaaptuma minihitangattaaq taveriliitsoriniaqqamalugutulik pangmapak ilitsoriniaqqamalugut qanutanagalan $2.5 million tun tavertaamna kiiñaaranikatoqqamalugut tavertaitna kanimaqatitka havaqatitka taitna tautsikun havaguta inna katimalaqaquta ilitsoriniarniarikput taamna qanutanagalaan atuakraq qianarpak minitam uma taverukkuat taveruna ilitsorepkakkangatigut qanuheeraaornaaruttiksamiinnik oqallautihimakkangatigut taamni tavera isagunnganiarpauli qianaqoqarti taamna hivulleqimma apeqiruuttanga inna apeqiruuttanga nalupqigihunnaariga tavertaitna taamna ilitsoreqqaarnagu qanorniartilaaqput ilitsoriniartugu taaptumanga taapkot natqiqqaarlugit natqingiaqqaarlugit qanutanagalaana tortilaamingnikkiiñaranik qianaqoqarti taveloqatat nailihimalugut inauraptingni nutaqqat nuta inñalaat iñugiakkirut taveluitaitna tunagalaan qanutanagalaan taitna Ford Resolution mun nuutitakkangat tamatkot piuraarvingat nutaqqat inñalaat taveluitaitna napiuraarvik pangmik illiqiruat nappairuat taapkuat ilitsoripkallaga vangataaptuma minihitauram inna qanorlutaitna ilihimavlutaq nagalaat tamatkuat iñugiakkiarpaktuat tamat nutaqqat inñalaallu iñugiakkirut taveluptaartainna napiuraartuanik munaqriksamik isumaalungmiugut tavepiuraartuanik kitna munaqriukramik qianarpak minitangatuuna tamatkuninga munaqrisuaq hunigleqqaa piuraartuanik ataulugit tamatka minihitauraquumunga tavaptaortainna toel ilihimaruguttaitna tinagalaanu mikkimaruartaamna piuraarvik pangat qanorlutaamna tavra ilitsoriniartugut ilitsoriniarniarikput qakugu angmaqaniartilaakranga aglaan pangmapakhuli tavertaamna qanoq nahavaktiksaptingnik Inuvialuktuut huli pangmapak qanorlutaitna foonitiguni na fooniqtaralugit tamatkuat ilitsoriniartitaralugitna kia tamanna angalanniartilaakranga nappainiaruming qianaq yalunai sautmin tabrauna minihitauraq tamatkuninga kiiñaranik munaqriruaq tabralutait natunagalaan peqpakkutimik nalu tamatkuatinna munaqalaksraurut munaqillautartuksraurut taitna tamatkuat Tabar tamat ko na sumagira ka batigitay na tamat tumag ikolak parak tom na igiluyak kang iti na lokanok ka naranyaning at sumalo gilad pa yung kaya nakakakte. Tabar tap tumingain na pang mapakin na kanok tamat ko nga tamat ko din na isumagak para ributay na igiluy chot nagalo ni kanok tamat tumahe kumitang ikolak para man ikolak ko ting tabarlutay na tamat ko Inuvialuktun tayo nakilamig ikayok tikraming nikibaklaktot.
And continue to turn our minds to that. I'm not going to be.
Tabarlutay na tamat ko nga nutaan ikisagutilay chud pang mapak. Tayo naluto ba ikayutikrak tam na inyangit piaktok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister confirm if there has been any
tap to maminyi tamat ko di sumalo kibatit. Tamat ko di sumalo kibatit habati ko nagaluni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, although the immediate seed directive around wildfires was created or established still in the midst of the emergency, in the midst of evacuation, we did quite quickly start to look at what other options there would be available. And I can say that I do expect in the coming
Tap ko na naikligilak tiligit ulubut. Tabar tayo na titrikar na nakiga tam na. Tabar tamat ko din na bigo mangit ka, bigo man kibut na igiluyaktat, nagalunin tukukrailat, tukukraming nikibaklaktot, tabar tamat ko din na isumagahugibut. Kuya nakpag, here miptaw, tabar tap to maminyitami na ilihim abatamat ko nga na kilamik ikayo labati tamat ko at ikayo tikraming nikibaklaktot tabralo tabatay na kilamik roko tatay na pianik tirne kibut tamat ko at ikaw lakto lakirinin igiluyaktat nagalunin tukuyaktat. Ilihimarugut tawak tabartay na tinaglan na avan mon ikayu tikramik na pang mapagtay na kilamakrakotay na pililay tsugut tamat kuninga. Ikakarlo man na Northwest Territories kinyara tamat kat atuakrat tabar kanok pinyak tilakang ilpigit isumalugibot. Kaya kiukam nga. Tabar tawak tamat ko at South Slave me tayo na hapak-rapak to tayo na pilyot ang iluitap to maikolak parak to. Tabar tawak tamat ko at na waptik kun tayo na pililait kibut. Na ikayok tikrapting nikibaklak tugut. Ikayok tikakakatatam na tutkikalay kikput. Tabarlutak tayo na. Tabarlutak na. Ukto kakimarugut kanito nagalan ikayo tikrapting nik isumalok tugut pang mapagtawak. Kabamauro at ubagot. Tayo na lo kano heraw tikrangin nik. Sumalu take mibut. Ukakte. Kano haratik sang inyik na sumalong mibut. Tavaptaaqtaap muni tainna katamaqatigiñaarit katamatkuat minihitauruatin na atautsikuni na tamatkuatut qikkaarniarniaravut natqinniarniarivut Frame min qiyanaqqa una apassuuttaqillangniarigo una qanoqqa allangortuaqilakput taamnaapassuuttaqillangniariga Tavalutainna tamatkuati uvani hivunniarvik pangmiitainna hivunniungitsukutaaptumuna atauhimikkihianik hivunniortaksaptingit hivunniorngutiingitkikput ulipangmapak taamna tamatkuninga allangortuamik hiljamik tava una minyahatanga 2003 mi tava tamanna malaqutaliangat ECCM tamattaapkuat tutqikkaarkangat qanoorlu tamatkuati nat imarlu nunalu tamatkuat na ilihimagait ilitsuqaniaqqimagait ilihimagaillu qanoqiaraa tilaangit tavailoqatiktainni tamatkuati na allangortartuat naaga allangortartangit naagaluni hiquvintangit ilitsuqihimagiigut qiyanaq tamatkuatava qanoq taamnalu apassuuttaqillingniariga taapkuatava taitnalu tamatkuati niingmiktiguna nunaqartuat qanoq angalanniarpitigit qiyanaqoqartii tava tamatkuat munarihuugait tamatkuat Northern Territories ni ingmiktigun nunaqartuat munaripiarait tavalutaitna qanutnagalataitna qanoq angalanmegaita angalarrutingat naagalunin taamna maliglugu qanoherautingit tamatkuatinna hiljapta allangortartuam itnalununakput imarpullu allangortakkanga qiyanarpak Frame min tavaanaquyailgitkiga taamna minitaq tavalutaitna tunagalan tavataapkuat qanoorlu tamatkuati litsuripkaanamagaita tamattainna iloqaiha Inuit tainaluptaartava tainna tunagalan
Document. See, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member, for Frame Lake Minister response.
ECC min tava minihitangatuna hullaqa tamatkuat minihitarigaatuna tavalu tainna ilitsuqaniarniartuut tainna ingmiktigun na nunaqartuat munaqilariivut qanoqitilaangi tainna huinnali magaita tainnalu munaqiniarariivut tava munaqi qiyanaq nalurariivut tava tamatkuati na hiljatigaluavut hiljatiptingniiñuuniaqaluartillugi tava nalupqihuartugut qanoruneartilaakrangit tamatkunuuna ingmiktigun nunaqartuatigun qanutunagalaan tamatkuati na akiliiraqartuanikit na uteqtitairuanik taaksinik pilaqigait qanorlu tamatkuat akiliiraqartuat nalupqinartut tavalutaitna taamna qanoq tavalutaitna nalunaingutamik talunainngutatsiamik piqaqtuat imakun naagaluunin nunakun tavritamatkuat na isumaalugilaitkivut taitnalu tavring miktiun tamna qanoq nuna haneqaamingni hilatimingniittuaq haneqamingni ittuaq tavra huinnalikpan tavra taapkua nalunaingitaqartuat pigi taamnat qikarneernaat ukattaaqa itqaginillagit taapkuata qanoqa havangmaktiku havanma qayanaq Madam Premier na qallangniartoq kota qanoqa tatqiqqiumi uvagut havangniartugut taimmaarniartugut kota Norman Wells mi agreement miktaihureidu uqari kangaataamna qanoqa katimaruataamkuat qanoqa havakpauraqtuat tavra ukut qanoqa katimaruata qanoq havakpauraqtuat ukut havaktuat maanga miniitat makuanaangalunin taavanga havaktuat qayanaq kuat qanoq katimaruat ukata uqarabluit humigla qanorlaqa nakuuqqiniarluit qanoq taapkuat tautsikun qandimaruat qanoq uqarabluit qanoq nakuuqqiniarluit qanorlaqa avangmata qayanaq taamna uqarigaluarit taapkuat qanoq katimaruat uqaribluit humiglaqa qanorlaqa takuuqqiniarluit qiniarluit qayanaq Yellowknife North qayanaq qanoq taamna Premier qauqlikuna qanoq piniarpat qanoq isuaqqiniarpatung taamna qanoq isuaqqiniarpatung taamna qanorlaqa havaktuat qilamik tavra piniaqqigaluartut taapkuat qanoq havak qayanaq ukut qanorlaqa taimna isuaqqiniarluit naagallunin naalaktuarluit taapkuat qanoq pihungmata qanoq qanorlaqa pihungmata tainna ikayorniarluit qanorlaqa qanoq katimaruat taapkuat katimakaming taapkuat qanorlaqa nakuuqqiniarluit taapkuat about hugay tayo na. Kano katimak parak tuting kano leka o kaut o karibluit tap kot kano ka nakukinyak luit tap kot kano kot kano ka kano ka tap kot aglak luit tautuk tiluit inyungnon kano leka ahin pat aglan kingit kan nga tap kot kingit chut kano leka tap kot naku mata naku maga pinak ukot kanok ay mabit short tap kot inuit kinya ikayunyak pat kanok kinya ikayunyak pat tap kuduna tap kunanga tap kot ay mabit short pinak ukot ay mabit short tabra ikayunak hurit kanok ikayunyak o rugut humilaka habang nakutat kanolaka na kinyaklu nagalunin iswak kinyakluit kanok kabak pauraw ulak tuit kanok laka tabra iswak kinyakluit kanok ay mabichat nagalunin ay mabikalak tuit iswak kinyakluit tapkot iglungit tapkot ay mabichat tabra habang niagat kayanak kayanak
all of the deliverables will remain with the Premier's office, or if the intent is to eventually shift it to housing or into department land, or is that going to be seen moving forward as almost like a new unit that then lives within EIA? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't really speak for the next government or governments to come. The Premier does have the option to be able to shuffle departments, move ministers as appropriate, consolidate as we did, or make departments bigger. That's always under the preview of the Premier. However, I did my best, Mr. Speaker, to try to make it sustainable within the Executive Indigenous Affairs, and that's why, purposely, I brought the homelessness strategy under the Premier's portfolio in this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot in here and a lot of really important work in here, but a lot of it, before we end up with houses on the ground and before we end up with things like integrated service delivery, a lot of it is things that need to happen within the back end of department land. And so it's really important that we see this work get done and get done on time. And so I'm wondering if the Premier can speak to, since it was tabled, since this strategy was tabled, what has been accomplished within the GNWT? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister response, Madam Premier.
For the homelessness strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the commitments for by the end of this government would be that the integrated case management workers would be housed within the Executive and Indigenous Affairs. We were working on the job descriptions, the evaluations, etc., just before the evacuation happened. I believe that process, if it's not finished already, will be close to, and I'll make a point of making sure that it's done before I leave. And so before the end of this government, the job descriptions, the people will be hired. That integrated case management team will be located in the Executive Indigenous Affairs, and we will begin to make those connections with all of the agencies, because it can't be done alone by the GNWT. It has to be done in consultation, side by side, with the agencies addressing homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Premier can next speak to what in the next 6 months we can expect to see to come from this government. My biggest concern is that a lot of the things that we see happening are going to be internal, and we really need action on the ground so that the people of the Northwest Territories feel it, and at the end of the day, we reach zero homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What can be addressed in what's going to happen in the next 6 months, I can't speak to that, Mr. Speaker, because there will be an election within the next 6 months. So what I can speak to is by the end of this government, we shall have that team organized and put into the Executive Indigenous Affairs. Mr. Speaker, though, this cannot, this issue is huge and it needs to be addressed. The reason that we did the homelessness strategy, the reason that we pulled it into the executive, is because it's been off the side of the table for departments for many, many decades, and we've realized that that is not okay. So personally, I'm going to do my piece to make sure that this gets integrated into the executive to be as strong as it can. I need MLAs in the next assembly and residents. I will be part of that chain banging the drum. We need to make sure that homelessness is a priority, that homelessness stays a priority, and that the integrated services, not just the people, but departments working together, continue so that we can address homelessness, so that people have the basic standard, a home to live in. If you don't have a place to live, Mr. Speaker, food, clothing, and shelter, lots of research says you won't prosper. So my hope is that the MLAs sitting across the table, those that get re-elected, will continue to make this a priority and will continue to push government, because even if you are or not, I will be doing that as a resident of the NWT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr.
Mumfree. Una tabra apakautar lang nalit kaya. Tabra ko na apakautar. Tabra na kang kape ako tayo na ilitsarap kape ako tayo tam na ilitsarap ka kublunga tap te mga minihitaw ramon. Great slave me. Kaya Tabra ukot utilaw tunga tap ko nga ilitsara matkot great slave me. Tabra tam na tabra na ikayok tiga na YWCA me. Tabra na kaya ilit kaya kaiman mga pularman. Oh, yeah. Tabra ukot pulag tot mga pigo ko tingin na pihangit ka lahat tingin. Tabra na ukot tamat ko at malakatalat na ilitsara pa na akabot. Kuala. River South? Kaya tabra kuat na aulakti takranik tamna tabra hibun mu tikratu kuat kuat piljak tap kuat tamna tabra na tamna negwariga tuglarangat here for South Min tap kuat tabra nakuaranyak parjun tabra nakuaru mirung tamna ulakti River South. Goeienacht. Tabra family tugleranga. Family tugleranga na kapkuna. Tabra na tamat ko na 20th assembly me. Tabra tamat ko na kanok tap ko iklotun na kaptit ko ilakating tabra ko yung nagatuanig pit pa. Tabra tam na kaya tabra tap tema na munakriro amon akanani karnayani lutabra tap ko tabra tam na ilit ko tamat ko at piyawak lektod no takakayani Cam Lake min kaya tabra ukot pinga hunig aglag tanik ilyake huktunga tabra tamat ko na tabra tamat ko na pinga huru ko ilyakit kukat ka ilit kukat ka kaya kakte October 6, 2023 tabra na commissioner ako na nakauklek tabra 100 bracket to money legislative assembly me nibun niya pang me October 3rd me una aninyali kat tabra una tabra lutay na aulangit siya ako na aulangit siya aulako galawak tiluni tabra tam na ukaw digi follow kia tam na tabra ilitsara follow ko iya bracket 1, bracket A, tabra tamat ko din na Miss Knockleby, tam na tabra $7,500 dun. 3,500 tabra tamat ko din na atukangit tamat ko nga na River North. Tamat ko din na tamat na ang akwalo at kaukot $7,500 dun kinyaranik. Tabalo tayo na tunagalan pakitsirwak. Atok-tok. Tabalo na Friday me. October 6, 2023 tam na aulak tilaw ki tabra River North min tuglara tabra na Northwest Territories ni 19th Assembly me katimakpararmata hivunniormata tavalutamat puattit na neraarniartuat November 3rd 2023 mi taapkuataver neraartakrat na neraarkugaluanarat kataaptamani uplungan.
Motions. 53, 55, and 74-19.
Minister Statement 19 bracket 2. Tapgot 19 brackets 2, 19 brackets 2, 2.2. Himmilang naktok. Inuvialuktun lakes ako pinyaktok. We got Frame Lakeman. Committee report daw to file lang niya 55. Kaya na Bill 65 and 84. Naptak daw to file lang niya kay tapgot. Time lang niya tuwid tifak niya tuwid.
For me?
No, she's got to pay.
I know.
That much.
Yeah. I thought for me. You could be?
No, could be.
You could be.
Maybe there's more this kind. Let's go see.
Okay. Oh, what I'm looking for.
I'm gonna get some more tea.
I'll just get some more coffee, I guess. Okay.
Hey. Teresa, we're gonna go get coffee.
I'm okay. I got tea. Show by my tea.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, I call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider. Oh, just 1 second. The committee report. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 55-19, brackets 2, report on
Malaro tiliw tap got kanaka tap got Yellowknife North Kalang Nektok. Bill 85 United Nations tap got Malaro tiliw at March 30th, 2022. Got kanaka government kui humilaka. Forest fires takik balak pagmanta. Kaya kuat kanok katimarot kanok leka isa kanya kluit tapkot September 2023. Kuat kanok leka pekroi pia pekroi laluri kaya nak 55-19 brackets 2. Got United Nations government kanok. Yellowknife North Kalang Nektok. That's yours.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor?
Yellowknife North. Noon Nektunga got kanok. Got then church government tap got Section 985. Bill 85 tamna. Kanok lekha ilfa kanyak lugi tap got kanok katimahurot kuyanak. Tap got nakugi nakatam na nutak.
to implement the declaration going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit surprised we're just rushing through this because I think there's some pretty significant public policy issues here.
Hok kinamakhrok parak pita. Tap got Hama pingit kait ilangit pingit kait tapkot pinyaktot. Tapkot tango kitchot kabumangit tapkot havang neaktut taina tapkot pinyak recommendation nigday hukay pinyak. Got habak that working group nigday hukay habak havang neaktot tap tuminga. Pinyarato na kanok havang neak kangat. Nakuha na nga tama. Got government so fast.
As timely, comprehensive, and detailed information about the Action Plan Committee's work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. The motion is in order. To the motion.
Prim Lake. Nakuha na nga tama. Kanok got mini Tatmani, regular MLA's walk. Got nakungit ka lang na koktan na malaro talit bill. Tapkot habang nakigalok to tapkot kanok tutkikanak nak galok to tab na bill kanok tam na himiranyara kanok habakapta mani kanok malrotalir tapkot habang naktot kanok tam na kanok pinyak to tabra isok to kun habang nakut.
Mechanism to share timely, comprehensive, and detailed information on the Action Plan Committee's work, but I don't really, I just haven't seen that implemented even in the development of this bill itself. And I'm going to speak to that when we get to the bill itself, and at least one other recommendation here. So I can support this, but I think there's a
Qinak. Tamna nakwaqanagat nutit. Tamna Kanok tamna United Nations niktai hugait kanok malagatiliok malagatiliok piyarta kanok nakurokun isuaktokun pinyakigait qiyanak una cabinet una habaktot mani emalate
It's also part of BC's legislation to implement the declaration. I think that's a good thing, and I support it in principle. But I do think that Cabinet dropped the ball in terms of not adopting the approach that BC has of actually making that delegation of authority, or some, at least not providing notice to the public that that's going to happen. What has been added to the bill as a result of the committee review is that, you know, the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight, basically, and its successors, which is basically the regular MLAs, will get that notice, but it's not a public document. The Cabinet, in putting this bill together, completely forgot about the public. And I'm going to talk more about that in my general remarks on the bill itself. But so this notice is going to go to the regular MLAs through the Standing Committee, but it's not going to be made public. I don't think that's good enough, and I think we need to do a lot more work around public education and how this is going to work. Some of that's just going to roll out as we get into this process, but Cabinet just didn't do a very good job in terms of the public interest, public participation, and its own open government policy in preparing this bill. And I'm going to continue to shine a light on that. So great that these agreements are going to be shared publicly after the fact, but I don't think that that's good enough. I think that they should actually be shared publicly before, so that the public can see what the government's doing. That's what open, transparent, and accountable government's all about. And Cabinet just doesn't seem to want to go there, so I'm quite disappointed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion.
Tarakot angakpata nagakpata hungichok tabralo kanok alamik isumatakak roming khirak tabro Northwest Territories ni tabro tamat ko na tamat ko ng ilichara na yaktuta katimaringit ni tabro tay na ikakahluman na tawluit matkat kabamarot khirak pak unaptauka nuktita o komitiung tabraw na apakirilang nilichok. Tabrala na tabraw tamat ko nga malakotalianon ilit ko galwakik put. Tabraw na ang makublugulo ilit chokep kahit kablugi kihunun leka. Tabraw utin munit na aban munit na habaw takalugutam na tutrik pang tabratamat tununga ilit ko galawa na kaya malakotalenon. Kaya nak tabra Yellowknife Northman tabra lutay na kanok Angalartikrangatit na. Ingming nikit na ilyakilarot tabar tamat kodit na tamat kuninga tamat kolo ilagilwit tangungit chotit na katimaringit nalo ilingit katimarit tabar tam na ko kanya kaumirung tam na nuktitana agat tabar ko mani Northwest Territories ni Kawamaurot tabar tamat kodit na malakotaleni git na ilyakilaktot ingming nyiktaw ka aglalahivliwit tamat kot malakotaliw lahivliwit. Kuyanak. Una piliningit kiga pang mapak. Kanolo tabar tamat kotit na isumatikap ko kawamaurot kotit na malakotalengit ingming nyiktaw malakotaliakaktud. Kanolop tait na ataramik tait na hakut takigumidrung tam na tabaran at kingniakating miktigun. Tabraw kot minihitawrat tapkot. Tababtaw kulaw de payangit ka tigut minihitawrat kanokuluwit tamatkot. Angalan niyak tilakrangit nagaluni kanohakawtikrangit o kalaw tira payakalo katatabartam na isuigin niya kigatam na. Tabarlo tait na tabarlo tamatkot 8 new ni tabartam na tait na tunaglan. Tamatkot na isiw tilugit inyuitin na kihulaka nagalunin ikayok takawag tuni. Tabarabtawak tamatkot na ikayok takakaktut. Agalan tait na hinik habagwakangit chugut tait na. Tait na ptawak kanuhinik ukaw tigirak rakalawut. Kanuhinyak tilakrangit. Tabartam na isagut ibalukat. Tabarukot ilokating ubani akapirot tap tuminga ilitsarap kangit katiut. Tabalutam na uktoka kiga kanuhinyak tilakranga ubani ibunni akwik pangmi. Tap naptaw ka kanok tamatkot ampadnik pirakigay tait na kanok tamatkot na isumaluktun nagaluni tut humiktut kikaniaktun tapkot ikayok taurut. Kafeni tabaruk toka kemangit kupko. Tamarati na tapkot tut kikaniaktuni piagtuangit chok. Tabraw na malakotaliak una. Tabraw lokating tamatkot na MLA gurot tihiming. Tabraw luptok tayo na ataramik tayo na tam na hakut takilugo ukaw tigilugo ataramik tabraw ni nakabing ni ang makimalugo. Tabraw tamatkot na taptum tayo na minkihenik tutkikak piakat. Tabraw na tayo na tunagalan tam tayo nang ihiwa kuming kanok titaw tikraming nik na lup kayuktut. Tabraw tap tuminga pinyahe nakangit kitka agalan. Tabraw tamatkot na ilitsukap kakpatigud uwagut. MLA gurugut ilitsukap kakpatigud tap tuminga nakuha ka na yakigatam na. Tap ko tawa dash 19 bracket 2. Tam na malaw talaka nakuha niyak pihong. Dash tam na ako tigil lang nalitikot. Tawa luwi lokain yung tayo na tawa luwi tamat ko atit na ngalat sirot. Ataw chikun tam na angalan niyarik pot.
Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. I will ask the Premier, the Minister responsible for the Executive and Indigenous Affairs, to introduce the bill. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to introduce Bill 85, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. This bill represents an important step forward in advancing one of the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly, tabled in October 2019, which directed this government to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The drafting of this legislation has been done
Paura kayay. Tabalutay na kamana na kawa maurot mani. Kanolo tabalutay na ikakahluman na katimarakak to dilitsa kakalawitay na kanolo tap ko na tay nalo pilyahilugo unala ka pilyahilugo ilsoakirak mani Northwest Territories ni kawa maurot.
Nations Declaration in the Northwest Territories. This government has taken significant steps forward to be inclusive. Among them are co-development of legislation.
Kawa maurot mani. Tight na tabratamat ko din na katimarit tight na pigibluit ukot kawa maurot mani. Kanalo tabratay na ilitsura ni kumingahin. Kano haraw tip tingnik nagalo ni isumero tip tingnik tabratam na hibunik rakput tutkinyarat. Allanullo kapamanunlo na tawag titakalu ilitsura kaktakaluit. Tabratap ko kit na tawag chikun tap tay na Ilocanun tay na kabamauranun Canada me. Manilu tabra maukwat Northwest Territories ni tabra tawag na September 20 ngormaung tap ko ilitsura kabut kanok o kautigimik kabut ataw chikun tay na habak kupta tam na ito akay niya kaya. Tabap Northwest Territories ni. Tam na tolo ko kautigil lang niya kaya pang map.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber.
Ikayok ti siyang yung una isutin lang niya kaya bunga. Ikayok ti trabluit tap yung kaukli Roman.
Madam Premier. Would you introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right, I have Mr. Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. On my left is Anne-Marie Goudon, the Manager of Indigenous Affairs. And in back on the right behind me, is Christina Duffy, who's the
Christina Duffy tabra kayakti tinga. Kanaka it kaing lang niya ay tap ko Bill 85 tam na Bill. Muna malero talio ka pinyak pati ita kanok nalugalwak tu kanok pinyak paru aglan okot kanok isok niya alwaka isok niya ugat kanok leka tayo na pimata. Ukot katimak parok to hukihuliha ikayun yak luting kanok taptum muna Bill. Ukot kanok about takanyak marung tana Bill ikayak parok koit isok kayak lu nagalunini kayak lu itap kot kanok malarotelunik bilyok tot kuyanok. Bill 85 okay tigu Billary River's house kuyanok dito okay hukit katap kot Bill. Ukot kanok okay kamirung tam na Bill. Tap kot government tangung ichot kanok tayo na birot kanok habak dot money government money tap kop tao tangung ichot government money nunapting ni Northwest Territories me kanok tap kot tao kanok isok token pingit kait tap kot self-government nik tayo kait tam na about takinek kanungat tayo na ingming nik government ni akulting. Kanok tao tam na Intergovernmental Council nik tap kot Havangniaqtuat ingmingnik qanoqa ikayorniarluittaapkuat qanoqa tangungitsuat kavamanniarrutin kavamaningniarrutin qanoq ukkuat tane people taapkuat itqilit qanoq havakaming tautsikun havaguuruat aglaan naaga aglaan uvulupakka taina havangitsut ukkuat tangungitsuat inuit maani humiyaqa ukkuat Indian Brotherhood miktaihuit ukkuat kadimadhuuruat itqilit taapkuat taapkuat tauk Métis tanguruat nagalunin tangungitsuat ukkuat avaktaat ingmingning avangniarluting tautsimunginiarluting ingmingnik avangniarluting qanoq taamna nakuuruakunaullangit kalortoq ukkuat taaqa qanoq taamna Nation 22 Waladay me taamna taapkuat qanoq pinginniaraa taamna nakoorininniaraa taamna untrip miktaihuigaitain taamna Article 46 qanoq suartuakunu qarinaikkiga qanoq hukaharmatun taamna pinniarlugu Ali.
Never, not at any of these assemblies. That's, a shame that that didn't come to fruition. When you're going to bring about something that's highly important, I do figure it's highly important for the First Nation.
qanoq taamna qaullikputa taamna taamaninigatsoq katemerpaurarmata taapkut
And I'm not even sure if we even looked at what are the ramifications.
qanoq taapkuat kavamavut nakuuruakunaullangit kalortoq qanoq piniarpatigit qanoq isuaqiniarpatigit qanoq oqautingit kait inuit tabra qanoq isuaqiniarmarun naagalunin oqarilugu taamna pinginniaraat tainanginniaraat aglan dap got kanok da DFN walk dap got dan ngongit shot it clit IGC dap got kanok Techo First Nation na kungit got Pernyangit katam na kanok ingming kabamangiliaka dot. Taima nangit kat aglan Techo First Nation dap got nakoranit nginyaratam na kanok pinyangit kat. Prime Lake. Kaya Mani tonga ay pani. Kaya 1985 mi mani tonga 1985 maungak tonga awlang itunga tam na bill daw kap ko kanok tap got MLA's government vote MLA got kanok havak dot regular MLA niktay hugat tay na matko minihitaw itchat kanok tabra got regular MLA niktay hugat mini that got aperçoit hurat got kanok himirnya balugnya tatam na kanok awlak tap got government habaguro taina kanok himirnya palukat himirnya palukat tap got kanok habak dot got kanok habang niyak dot taina kanok bitkunak kanok kablu taina pinyaklu luni who got regular MLAs who got mini that mako kanok habang nakto ka who got regular MLA niktay hugat kaya nak
agreement that's to be signed. Madam Chair, I'd like to say that within a lot of the acts in the Northwest Territories, they don't define the roles of members that I can point out. I may be wrong. If that's wrong, then please correct me, but I don't think that's
Una Bill 85 tap kuna tap kwa ukarigat kanokonek patukuyanak. Kanoka habang nek patay na minhita rawurvot kihenik minhita kanat tap koti na itsumati kaptigi apekrut tagalwa tilluting tap kwa kanoklutai na tamat kuninga tap kwa pigo mangit kivut ingmiktigun kawa makaktot na tangungit chwat ingmiktigun angalat chirwat inawra mingnik. Tawalo tamat poti na piet tilugi tamat kot emele urot kihi mi emele kanyaktot. Kanolo tawro tap koti na tam na malakotalek. Tawro kot ilitsokanyak takanyanik pigi na hui blugitait na itsumati kapang mapak. Tawro tap mga premier ramun kauk limon ilitsokap kalakwalwakit kaukot kanok in magaita kanok angalatsum magaita emelego kanyaktot. Kanot nagalana lagi nita ningak tamat ko ng minihitaw roning. Tawalo tight na. Kayanak. Frame lake. Tabraw na apakirta ka. Kanok lo tamat ko din na ilaw labado ko at emelego kanyaktot. Tamat ko nga malakotalel leangin yun. Tabraw na mga kayang titalang ni mga kayok tim nun. Tabraw ilo kating tayo na ataw chikuni na habal larut. Tabraw tayo na alanikin na kayok tikamingik o kakatigilay kay tapkot alat ikayok tikset. Frame like min. Kuyanak. Kuyayak parli kit kaukot habak tot natrek kinyak tot tamat kuninga ilitsure nyak tamnik. Tabalutay na ikilag tauchikunin na. Tauchikok patatap ko tayo na. Tamat ko din na inyong nun kihunun laka ilitsurep ka kakalwak. Tabraw wani tayo na isumati kap ko isuigi piyakiga una. At taramik tayo na ilokating isak, ilokain ni katawlugitikot kabamani na angalat sirot, minihitamon umunga kauklimon ilitsorep kakurunga kanok angalan ningagun. Kuyanak. Martin Courtney. Tabar tamat Courtney na. Tabar ilokata 19 guragut. Ili himarugut. Tabar tait na. Tamat Courtney. Kutil hak Courtney na tamat ko ng MLA ko kinyak to amin. Tabar ukwat. Tabar tait na tamna. Tamat ko at kano hitilangin tait na MLA gurot nagaluni minihita dukot al kano kalaging magaita nagalunin kano kin magaita tap ko at pingit kit ka. Kuyanak. Tabar na kabamani na malakotala kaktut kabamat. Tabar tamat ko din na malakotaliw kaming tam na isaguti kami zung. Tabar lutay na ata hibun ni kirakiblu tam na hibun ni mingye na tam na okakalugo nagaluni tulkik kakanalugo. Kanolo ang makti ang mailuting tap tumingay litsukay rakramik. Kahit naluta pra tangungit suat kaba makaktoding miktikun. Tabra ilagi iluit ilitsukay kay niyak tugut tamat kuninga na ikayo katingin nyak tam na isuakablugo. Tam na tabra tamalakotalayak. Mani Northwest Territories ni. Inuvialuktun tangungit suat. Tabar malong nik apisrut takilo. IDC hibullagi lang niyakiga. Tabar kabaman tawak tam na ang alat simagat. Tabar na ilihimarak rapiak tam na ilitsukirak rapiak na ituak kiligo ilitsukip kugalwakit ka Inuit. Pang mapakain tabar isagutila katakpaluk ka tam na ilihimarat tamat ko at naluni kanakana aktilak na itap ko tabar tait na tamatapro nga ilaw ng itsuat nagala kuting ilaw kuting pingitsuat ilaw ng itsut tap kuno nga katimarin yun. Kanakulo tabar pang mapagtain na huli ang alat sirut. Tabar daw akapya katigimikat ka makatigimikat ka tamat ko ilangit. Tabalot de chop daw tayo na imiga. Tayo na ilihimagiga. Tayo na tunaglan. Tabar ilo kanyik tabar tayo na akapya katigimikat ka. Tabar tam na tayo na tunaglan na tabar ilo tayo na ilihimarugot kanok ilan ni tamat kot piakluk takalugit pilwa takalugit tamat kot itutap tumani malakotaliami kanoklo tayo na habakatigik pata na isuatun habakatigik kublugit tayo na tabar tam na isumati tabar lo tayo na kanyak to akap kaya tayo na tabar tayo na na tayo to akap kaya niya ataw hek o kautsik na isumagikap ko na kanuha ko na kautsyak. Apekiro kaya kakit katap ko ilyakiro tayo na hinik. Tayo na tamat ko nga malako takralenik nagalunin na kakanya ko ting tamat ko nga ilitsukip kanya aktuat. Fort Smith me? Tabrali tamat ko na kadi makapte tamat ko na tanngungitsot taningit nagaluni tamat ko ilokating taning nat ilokating tap ko tabrani katimak pauraktuat. Ila nipta October na pilay niya kakalui inuit kilamitua na pinaktok. Tabralo tayo nalo na ilitsakap kayo ni tamat ko nga piaklog taktonik nagaluni ni suatunin na ang alatsira kang itsuanik. Tamat ko nga tayo na isumat tao tuktuak to ni. Tabar o kaudilak to ni, tabar nakulkaktok tam na na pilay niya kakanya kalugo inyong pinyangin. Bill 85, malakot sila tam na 85, Northwest Territories ni. Tabar lo tamat ko na ilagay migay tamat ko na ingmikun ka ba makaktot. Hook tam na malakotaliak itkawihu. Tabralo tait na ang makalugo, hiyaglugo, tam na tabra malakotaliak tam 85. Tabra apakiruta kangit nga, tap timuna, kuya nakpak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment, I guess. Madam Chair.
Tam na tabre Bill 85, malakotaliak 85. Northwest Territories ni, itok. Kanakalo tabre tam na isumatikap ko na isuotin tabre tam na piviti ko. Tabre lo na tamat ko atin na isuotin pinyak to ni. Ilo kading tap ko at kabamauro at ilan ni piaklog talagurot. Tawag tayo na ito, kaya na tayo na ito kikakaklogo. Isuatun tamat ko at pinyakalawak to ni ilan ni piaklog talang naktot. Tawag tayo na psikotakto ako, kakto ako ta. Nagaluni tayo na kihinig tam na tusikalagipot.
Thank you. Ugota tunay day wala day una kung kalang niyaktok. Tam na Northern Accord itkawilang niya kanok habang mata. Ugod daw ka piyok to ugod Aboriginal Summer Mik tayo huga tam na habang tao chikun. Aboriginal tanong chat habaglu. Ugod daw ka nutot tapod aso min tam na kapamat maung aktito at kapamat tapkot malaro taliw tapkot nutangaj maung kapaman tanong ichot kapamangin nyo. Makwat government, JNWT government, kanok
kanok about the yugay tapkot nunapkut nunangit inuit kanok about the yugat ugot kanok iswakanyaklunak about the lugu kanok kanok aperanyak tokholi kanok habang nakmat habang totain tap kununa Aboriginal rights nikta hugay tam na kanok tap got kabamang ita tangung chat kanok taina iswakanyak lugi tap got habak tot kanok leka malarotaliunik pilyort got kanok awlati awlatanik habang mata got malrutaliunik tap got kanok hapernyaraloaktok pirnyaraloait kanok impediment taihugat taina pirnyarlu hapernyakiblu kanok tamna kanok tamna natkikinyarait wagut natkikinyar kuyanak ugot tabra habang mat kanok habang matatay hibon mun awla nakrut kanok tamna Bill 85 nagugalok to pigu habang naktutawchikun habang naktutawchikun kanok hibon mun awlak nakluta tabra tapka tawchimun tawchimik kuma tawchimun habak tawchimun habak habang naktuktap ko himun mong nakluting kanorleka tabra nakunayak tuktay ng kuyanak kanok tam na pinyangin yakut tam na bill page 125 6 through 7 tap got Agalite class 8 frame lake
We do need an action plan to help implement the declaration. Section 8 sets out the membership of the action plan committee and
action plan committee miktai huay tap god malarutanik bilyoner dot action plan tabra mini dakatam na kakal kaklik tam na kalaba okay love you yeah.
Thank you. Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every one of the motions that were
got kanok ukarimati tam na ukat tapkot kauklium pingitkat tapkot katimarot tauchikun pirot havigiblu tamna tauchikun havaktot kanok tapkot tauchimu kaming kadima kaming tamna okarinerat kanok ukat tam naptaw ka action plan miktayo gay kanok havang nek pati utam na kanok havang matatap ko government government kalok tok ukot taw ka mini tat kanok Inuit about the who right kanok tapkot emalate Inuit ikakaklu nunakput about the who right tapkot Inuit kanok tapkot habang mata kanok tauchimun habang niyak mata kanok tapkot ukot emalate nagalunin haba minit at ukawde karluit kanok habang nangitut kuyanak Prime Lake kanokot kanok tapkot emalate nagalunin aulaturot taina kanok kakabubat kanok leka kanok kakabubat tauchimun tauchikun ukariblu tamna kanok pinyanak ukot kanok habang nakparung na kanok kuyanak kanok tam na habang naktok kanok regular members nikta hugay dukot emalate mani igilumi umani kanok tapkot kanok apekroy huru dukot emalate mini tapkot apekroy ligut apekroy humigileka tap kununa mini tanun kanok kanok pata ukot mini dat kanok habang nakpat mini dat katapkot kanoka taina kanoka uqaquru taina kanorlika nagalunin agalangnik piqaqtut ini minitat makwa tautullagiait kanok habang mata ukota kanok habang mata ukota minitat nagalunin amalit tapkot kanok kanok ukota nalakto kamatabra aglagurunga humiglaka kanok katiman mata aglangnik pihurunga ukota ahin tabra tautuk tillugu inyugnun pihuktot tautuk taina hinik hunik tapkot katimabat hok tapkot katimabat taina aglagurunga humiglaka humik uhima ukot tautuk kat ukot kanok ukot habaw tari kalarat kanok 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 allagi tuktapkok kanok Intergovernment Council Tamna Council of Leaders tapkot malok tapkot allaurok ukot Tamna Action Plan Committee ngitchok tamna tabra malongnik pirok piqaqtut ukot kanok habang mata kanok
to work on this file, Madam Chair, and to jeopardize it. And even, Madam Chair, I have to clarify, even myself as the Premier was not at every single meeting. I had faith in my officials to be able to carry the concerns of my own and the government's and the general public forward. So that is the difference. Those two tables that the member identified are leader tables. This action plan working group might not all be leaders. Thank you, Madam Chair, and there is a power imbalance.
Fremlik nutukalot riga una
Member for Frame Lake, go ahead.
Kuyanak 85 tam na malaroteliok kanok got action plan nik tay hugay to got kanok habang niyak habagin niya tam na action plan nik tay hugay got 2.1 tam na tap got malero teliok tabra nagawa ko na tam na noon niya tam na tap got regular member Nick tay hugay minit at magwa got
of the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight be at the committee meetings, the Action Plan Committee meetings. And this is further, though, restricted. And so basically it would be up to the Action Plan Committee itself to determine the classes of persons that might be eligible, whether that's an elected official or a hired person by AOC. The Action Plan Committee would decide this itself. The Action Plan Committee would also decide how, where, and when that person could be involved in the Action Plan Committee. The Action Plan Committee could say, you know what, you're not going to be at, you're only going to be at portions of meetings, or you're not going to be at this meeting or that meeting, and you can only send a staff person. You can't send an elected official. So basically, this would put the authority with the Action Plan Committee itself as to how and who
got minidat MLA tabra kanak habang naktok tam na kanok iswa kanak parang tam na kanok tapos emalate kama habak tot mani glok pakmang ming emalate
consistent.
tay natak na ukot MLA gurot ahin mat kuninga mini hitaw rot matkot ilan ni abunga awlaga koting katimariak toktot katimaruani hitap kot ataw himikunni MLA guramik malik tilugit naga hintay matap tuma MLA guram kotilugit ilitsarip kakayakay tukot MLA go kinyaktot tay natabray sumatigi tamna ikayutigi viarik put hibunipting ni tabalut tak tap ko tamna hin tabra kangikiraka Tabalutai na kanok to kanonek tilakranga tam na tuglingat uma emale mini tawram. Tabab tamat kot emale na emale kaurut inaralanin. Tait na tamat kunang ni emale gurut. Tabab tait na uapting nun na tinu na hibun mun aulak to agrigatikut hibun mo to agrigatikut agilan tabab tait na nalapkira tungilan ni kanok tilangat tap ublupak tap tumani akauti kaklu naga ilitsurigalanago anillagtungavanga. Tabrila niptau ka ay pago kihenik ilitsurilagatakajo. Tamat kuninga tabre tait na akapiraw kama mani tam na isuigigiga. Tabre premier guro mo na kauklim tam na kiulak pang kuyagin na yakaya. Tabre kot ilokatay himagibot tamat kot kabamorot. Kabamarot. Tabre tauki na ing migtigun kabamorot na ing migtigun hibunik ramingnik ilyakiraktit. Tabab tait na ilokata tait na wagut na malakotalanik na itchung naktok tamani ay. Tabab tait na ilihimani aktogut wagut ilokata tamat kuninga malakotalanik ram tingnik ittok. Ittok tait na uamip tait na ilitsarip karayan nga kanok isuirutumingnik. Tait na tabre wanga emele guro nga tabre ni. Tam na tabre na kuwariga wanga ilitsarip kaman nga na isui kamingnik kanok inyu ne ako timingnik. Tait na tabra tamat kot. Tabra lo tait na ilan ne. Tamat kot na hibun nioktit ilihimarut. Na nalura kote na hibun niokon mun ililaitchut. Ililait kait tamat kot ilihimakakating ingmik. Kanokin niyak tilakranga una hibun niyok tikrak. Nagalunin isumaliwak tikrak hibun niyok tikrak tabre tam na. Tam na tabre inyo tait na isumatigin akraichok. Isumatigilugu tabre tam tait na kanokin niyak tilakranga taptuma. Agilan pilayin niya kakalugu kung ikikat tamat kot. Tabralo tait na inyo law taktungawang naktukraw ng itsukut. Ilihimarugut tait na ilokata abatigi kalo ako nuk. Kabamaro dubani nagaluni ing miktigun tangung itsot kabamakakto tabralo tait na itut. Kuyanak. Tabra kot kuyanak ko kakte. Tarona Taro got hangi na hoa marokuna isum matigi kangat taro tamat got na taro lutai ne tamat got ataw lugit hibun nioktit nagalunin kabamaurat taro lutai na malakotalianikit na hibuna kaktot nagaluni tait na ilikira kaktot tabalo tait na ilihimarugut tait na tamat kuat na alangok to kanyuni au hakput tabalo tait na lu tamat kuat ing miktigun kaba makaktot uktorautik ranginyik nagalunin ilikak ranginyik tait na haneraatigun nahavaktuartuni tavreli taamna ilitsoriraqa tavrelu taitna tunagilan qanoqoting tamatkuatina minihitauruatina tavrelu taitna tamatkuatina isumati kamigi na ing miktigun kabamakaktot nagaluni uvani kabamakaktot hibunioktot kuat hibunioktingit kaba ing miktiutau kabamakakmit habak paurak himarut litsoqini aquting nagaluni taamna tutqikkaqani aqmisung tamat kuat tavreli himarut tamat taitna ing miktigun kabamakaktot taitna ilihimarut tamat kuninga aqappirini kaming taitna taman taamnain aqappiriting taamna ilitsoqipkaruugaat nagaluni tavru taamna atingat taitna
heads of the executive branch of government. The same responsibilities and obligations are not part of the accountability of regular MLAs. Their accountability is to their individual constituents. MLAs should and will continue to have oversight of government business, but we do need to keep a distinction between the executive branch and the legislative branch in our intergovernmental work. As stated, Madam Chair, the Indigenous governments are not, and organizations are not in support of this motion, and therefore Cabinet will not be supporting this motion.
tapkotapra na tamattuminga taamna malakotaliaq ubagutitna frame like me kuyanak nakuaranya katamatkuati oqaqikangit imalagura tapkoti na ipifali imalagu farming tabra tamatkoti na tamatkot nalo tabra kangekkasinnyarlugu taamna pihukkiga taapkoot pihuitsuorangitsunga tamatkuat kamamanginnik uqaqainningitsunga legislative mikihanik tabrahivunniarvikpangmiumani tamatkuat itsumagigikka tamatkuat imalaguruat taitna tabra taamna isumatingitkia taitna tabra tolik uqaqraqa tabra tamatkuat minihita taaptuma minihitatcham qauqlitcham tamatkuat ilitsurit quvlugu taamna minihitatsiaguartuaq tamat kuningaapaqluqailunga taitna ilitsurit kallaat quvluta itna emeleeguluaguutupagut taavunga aullaaqarpan naagaluunin ilitsuqiniarpan ilitsurigumi ilitsurip kallaaluta.
It's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried, or sorry, defeated. Motion is defeated. Clause 8, does committee agree? Clause 9 through 11, does committee agree? Clause 12. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I said in my earlier remarks, before somebody tries to say otherwise, that I agree in principle to the idea of shared decision-making agreements. And, you know, I think we probably have some kinds of examples out there of those sorts of arrangements.
Maung nakikita ba tamat ko na kanuherautibut nagaarutibut nagalunin angautibut tabaw na isumalugigaw na tam na tabra na ilikirak tam na kanokluidi na uwaptik ko na isumatigput kanokinyak pa tam na penikuptigo. Tamat ko tabra na kanokutigo ko alagik pag ukuat kabamatlo nalo tangung ichot ing miktigun kabamaligit kanokutik tap ko kalagik pag
look like after the
kuyanak tabra tap ko tabra ilih maruguta PC min tamat ko kay marutit na kanok angalarutingit na maling niakluit pigibut tabra lantay na nalup tabra lantay na emelate tabra tay ni tamat ko emelegurot na angak to ako ting pilechut tamat ko tak tabra kuchik to ni kabamat federal government ni piragayat tay ni tabra tak tay na anit takikput ilitsarap kayo lita inyong nik kuyanak kakakti kuyanak tam na tabray kayo tapiaktok tabray ilokating tamat ko emelego kinyaktot tabray tay na katimarayak tok tak patay litsura crafting ni pilyahirut tamat ko tabray malakotagalayak ang itchit tay na ilitsura pang mapak kanok tay na hemen niya ni vlugo na ang makalugutam na kanok ilitsokirakting tam na pinyakan ni Biliupigat. Kanok na alanga ba? Una, ang kakoting. Tabi ukot memelay ko kanyaktot. Tait na tabi na tapkot emelay ko kanyaktot. Iluanit patap tumam emelay malakotali ami naga hilatanit pat. Tabi na pilyote kang kilakalutai na wapkut pingit kia. Tabalutai na taramiktai na ituak kinyak luitai na angalatsinyak. Tabalutai na ingmikti tabalutai na katimakako ni. Tabat kuning na ilyakilataktut. Tait na tamat kuning bihuk tamingnik. Na uwagut tait na pilyarugut. Kanok tamat kodin na ngalalagibut. Na tait na nritsok. Katimakako ting. Katimakparakako ting tamat kotabra ilyakatakakiyat. Frame like me. Kaya nakakakti. Tabraw na. Uwangay na. Tabraw tayo na. Uwap kunin na. Pihukit ka akto ang itsok. Tabraw tamat ko raglaan kang ikit kubulugit. Ilihimat kubulugit. Ilitsokit kubulugit. Kanokitila tingnik emile guru bagut. Kuyanak. Una tabra emile gurut. Kanokirautik sangit. Tabatam na ataw chikunin na hanayak himagigput katimalakota. Tabalutay na hibihuramik o kakinayakikput tabatam na kanok isumati kaptigo. Tait na hibuniyok tikramik ilyakilagaktugut agilan. Tait na nalupkiyatam na kanoklutai na tamat kotin na malilahit kubulugit tamat kununga ilitsokanyak tonik. Kanoklutai na tabra tamat kotin milayo kanyak tot. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Tabra ako hiboni tam na ukauti mikaka. Tamat kotin na katimarit. Tabaptaw kemele guru tait na at inaurani. Tabra ilokata tait na kabamaurani uwagut. Tabra waptikun kabam tait na. Tavaptaartainna qanitunagalaning miktiun qana angalanniarutikramingnik illiqiniartut. Thirty-two tavertamatkuatinna ingmiktiun kavamaqqaqaniartuat illiqiniartuat tavertainna taamna oqareanikkarput ilitsureanikkarput qianarpak. Qianar Frame Lake mi Frame Lake unauqallangniartuq. Taamna tavera tigumminiarikput inna hannainniarikput taamna piu manangiktikput. Taveraptaartamatkuatinna amaleeguruatikuatinna qanutunagalaan oqauhingit pillanitilaangit tavertaamna isumaalugivlu aperruuttaqilariga. Bill 85 malaqutaliaq 2.1 tavertamatkuatinna ilitsureepkaakraqnaagaluunin ilihaakranik tainna tavertamatkuninga qanoq angalarutikranginnik tamatkuat uvani malaqutalia hivunniarvikpangmi qianaq Frame Lake mi. Ukot qanoq taamna natqikkiniarparruk tainna qanoq taamna inuita ukot amalait havaaqartut taapkuat havaaqartut qanoq ukot natqikkiniaq kanga taamna qanoq havangmata tautsikun qanoq piniaqparrung taanna taapkuat regular amalait nik taihugaita ta amalait tavera qanoqniarpat qanoq havangniarpat qanoq taapkuat pianingmata qanoqniarpit qanoqniarpat ukot amalait taamna pianikkaat taapkuat amalait pianingmata qanoq kot qanoq havauttaqaniarparrung tainna pianingmata tainna qanoq ukot qanoq ukot taamna tauqa ingiyaraan alqarikkangaat carbon tax taam agliffaarnaq government qanoq piniarpat taap kunuuna qanoq ukot qanoq hakunniarpat havangniarpat qanoq naiqqiniarlugu taamna Madam Premier. Good. Good. Habak tap got me needed Kanok Standing Committee. Mika tai hugai tamna Kanok habang mata Kanok Katimarot Malarota Leone Akuting. Emily Tapcott Emily Tapcott Tabra Mini Danica Kanok Pugurut Kihum Pinyak Patit Kihum Kanok Tapcott Habang Nekpat Tapcott Minidat. Ugot Kanok Ugot Emily Tama Havagurit Kanok Tauchikun Minitalo Minitalo Tauchikun Hama Yatni Havagurit Tauchikun Kanok Tabrataina Yatni Havagurit Hibun Mung Nakluting Tapcott Ilokating Manga Ilok Pagpangming Min Yatni Havagurit Tauchikun. Ugot Kanok Nagokinyak Lugit Kanok Leka Habak Tuat Bani Iglok Pagpangmi. Pinyangit Kitputam na Nunak. Frame Lakeman. Yagarunga Tamna Kanok. Tamna Karikap Karikap Tiu Tamna Nakugalwak Tokaglan Humung Nyangin Baluktok Humung Nyangin Kibaluktok. Tapcott Kanok Malawataliuni Kabakto Tapcott Kanok.
Implications for how we set up school boards and, Yellowknife pays taxes, other communities don't. How's all that going to work? So for some of them, yeah, it's going to require more intensive work with standing committees. That can be done outside of the
Kanok about Kanok about the Kinyak Padung Tamna Kanok Bill 85 Tamna. Tauchikuna Tamna shared development agreements Tamna Malarotaliok Kanok Pinyak Padung Tamna Nakugalwak Tok Aglan Palarot Malone Padung. Wakot kanok pipalung niak tok aglan nagalunin pinyangit kat kanok kuyanak. Nakuha ka na ate. Aglan ilangit class 12. 13 to 15 class. Wakot una.
Meeting. Thank you. Committee, does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Implementation Act? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Premier. Thank you to the witnesses. Please escort, Sergeant R, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. We will take a short recess.
Tama lang na tut. Ano isagot pala.
Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here to present Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. The purpose of Bill 65 is to repeal the current
Tamna Malero 65. Kanaka got Malero 65 tamna Kanaka ito kanya Louis Kanok Havak dot Dina Kanok Tab got Havak to Havak dot in Minik construction Nick Day who Tab got napaktit kanok tap got havak dat tap got malaro teleo ka onet Hagar niya tayo tap mo 21st century moon tayo guys. Kaya na. Kayo tinakaktok tam na minita. Got ikayuting Matthew Yap, Brian Asmunson, Ian Rennie, Tamna ikayuting tap ko ikayuting tabla. Cam Lakeman. Kaya na. Bill 65 tamna November 3rd, 2022. Tamna panikat January 18, 23. Got kanok. Got kanok ivaklik kalok to tap kuna kanok tamna Bill 65 tamna malero teleo ka pinyaklu.
Some more water? Well, you want some more water?
I have some.
Okay.
Got kanok kanok tap got malero telit kanok pinyak patit kanok havak to tain kanok iswa kinyak luit kanok leka tap got Bill 65 kanok malero telit 65 taber got kanok Camille Reok Baraloagat kanok 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 syokto kun habang niyakaloa taglan ina ni habang hapernya tok tamna malero taliok kanok isyoknya kigalok tok aglan ukot inauranik municipal miktayu government inyarat kanok. Unaptak MLA runga Cam Lake mun ba kanok. Got kanok about the lugit tap got havagur engineer nikta huge kanok kayoner lugit tap got havak tamna malaro telok nu chukalorika. January me kanok ukot kanok ikayuinyak tot kanok nunanik ukot kanok havak tot kanok tutkikanek patita kot kanok tamna hamma PC taina habagunak kot tabra kanok government makwa habang matatabra taina pinyagalak
Raise bigger questions about defining an Indigenous government that could not and should not be answered within the context, right? Could not and should not be answered.
Ukota kanok malaro talut pinyagalak tut aglan. Ukota tap got kanok pinyak tot pipiarnek nakhirit tap got kanok habang mata. Ukota Bill 65 tabra kanok akilirnak kanok tap got Oka lugid akilyakanat kanok taina tap got habag akilyakalugid tap got habag tot kilamik got kanok ukat ukat habakak tutiming nika Cam Lake me vanga MLA ma tamani nakokkinyak lugitam na nuti kaloriga nuti kaloriga kanok pinyak tot tap kot pinyak tot kanok kuyanak inuit ukaw kupigo tamna Bill 65 tabra ukot kanok ungaptaka nakugin kalorneriga tamna kanok kanok tap got habak tot gabamat kanok nakungit kalorna kok aglan
in many different rooms. So I would have liked to have seen this get done. As coming from a consulting background where I dealt with a lot of contractors, I know how important it is for them to have this bill and this act updated. However, I feel that it really missed the mark with the prompt payment, which literally is the #1 issue for most businesses in the Northwest Territories, is getting paid on time so that they're not having to float costs, which then ends up, costing more because
kanok habang matatay na kanok utak kinyak habang mata kanok akilinak habang habang mata inuit kanok pinyak patiit nakungin tam na kanok tap got malakot ulit malakot aliutat got kanok tap got habang matatay na dit kikarnak luit habagun kot aglan hibun mo na laktut kuyanak frame like me minitak tam na kanok kanok about tayo kamirung tam na kanok habang nakparung hibun mo nagalunin utin mo kanok hok manit pita una malakotaliok legislating miktay hugat kwat kanok kanok about tayo kalwarik putaglan habang naktok huli tam na Bill 65 nakulok hibun mong naktok kuyanak class by class tam na kanak ilihim kalak tunga kanok pinyak pat tam na tap tunu na Bill 65 kanok nek pat kanok nek patit kuyanak hukot malakot aliut kuyanak kanok tap tukun hibun muk kalok tunga aglan ya ni hapek nyak tuk kuyanak. Ukot kanok tap kot havak tot una malakotaliok tap kot havak tot akilipiak tillugit. Frame Lakeman. Ukot taok JNWT kanok havak pat. Tap kot inyaranit government kanok tap kot
workers, and we also have to look at the bill as a whole and what is the point of the bill if, you know, we add more and more and more exclusions.
Tap kot atingichuk municipal government tap kot inherit government nan ukot taok government mani kuyanok. Ukot una malakotaliok kanok pinyak pat kanok ikayornek pati tap kot tanungin chot government git. Tap kot tanungin chot government git tap kot pinyakat atornekat. Tap kot taok government tanungin chot government git tap kot kanok malakotaliut malingnak tok tap kot kuyanak. Ukot nunat Inuit pimakat
Inuvialuktun Regional Corporation.
Ukot taok Inuvialuktun katimaringit. Tait nalu tap kot tanungin chot tap ko itna ilokatik tait na ilat ni inyugektonik tait na ingmiktigun taok igilunik itna napaigum kanokin magantam na tap tumani malakotaliami ittoak ditsorahulawaklu.
To answer the member's question, it really depends on the nature of the land in question and the terms of that land in the land claimant.
Tabab taok tap kot ingmiktigun tait na nunakaktot tait na lu tait na tabertam na ilitsorilaukan tait na ilitsorinaktok. Tabab taok tam na ituang itsung naksaktam na.
Engagement was done with Indigenous governments on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, and further to Mr. Yap's comments, this would not apply to settlement.
Tabertam na ingmiktigun na nunakaktot tait na lu tamat kotit na inyugektot tait na katimalag rot ilitsarania hoteng tamat kuninga ing miktiun nunakaktuanik. Yanak.
I don't know, how do I get at this? The first answer I got was, yes, it does apply, or may, and then it was, may apply in certain circumstances, and now it's not going to apply to some.
Una agwa ka lagi tuk kanok tawa pingahunik tay na kiu mga nalekwak pao na pingahunik na alla kwakwi na tay lagay. Tawelo tay na akilinga hakaluwi tamat ko tabak tuat pitkuit kay natamat ko din na isang matingin kit ka. Tabraw na ilitsaka faok lunga pigi atam na. Kaya nakpak ukakte, kaya nakpak. Tabraw tay na tingmik tiyon nakaktot. 1985 mi. Tabraw tay na tunaglan, tay na mani tsaka takamatay na tun. Aglaan ukyuni itok. Kayanak. Pero tamat ko di na nakimaychut. Tamat ko tuni himarut. Nagaluni pimagait. Tay na tamat ko tabar pingayublu tay nilitsarap kailarut.
Some hold lands that are owned by an entity that may or may not be the holders of current land claim agreement right now. So it really depends on the type of land. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my member finally getting there. Yeah, I think if you applied to sell, the Clecho, Gwich'in, or Inuvialuktun or Sawtooth settlement lands under a constitutionally protected agreement, you just can't. That's pretty clear to me. But it's less clear to me how, that's kind of just a backstop saying you can't sell them. How is the government interpreting this applying to them? So this is passed, someone doesn't get paid on a Clecho project on their lands and goes to file a lien, is land titles going to accept a lien on those lands? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yap?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Land Titles Office would accept the submission of a claim of lien because it's just a claim, except in the situation where it is a certificate of title that's already been issued, where it clearly states on the face of the certificate of title that it is settlement lands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. And just so I'm also abundantly clear about the binding the government part, I understand we're not selling public land or government land, but if someone builds a health center and doesn't get paid and it's on public land, assuming the Public Land Act has been implemented, and they go to file a lien, would they accept the claim of lien, or would that be a no? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. No, but when it comes to the GNWT, there are other ways that we protect workers. So I know the Department of Finance has introduced new security requirements for bids and contracts earlier this year, and that will help protect small businesses, specifically those engaged in constructing GNWT projects by providing adequate payment coverage through labor and material bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Does the committee agree that there are no further general comments, that we can proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will now consider the clauses in groups. Please turn the page to page 12 of the bill. Clauses 1 through to 3. Does committee agree? Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm choking on something. Good thing you're a nurse. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after Clause 3. 3.1. This act is to be interpreted in a manner consistent with the recognition and affirmation of existing and Aboriginal and treaty rights in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Minister Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a standard non-derogation clause. You can find it in other pieces of legislation. I think that this is a good idea. I'm happy to support this. And going forward, we should always consider including these in bills. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 3.1. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the clause as amended, I move that Bill 65 be amended by deleting Clause 3.1 and substituting the following. 3.1 brackets 1, in this section, quote, land, resources, and self-government agreement, end quote, means, brackets A, any of the following agreements, brackets I, the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Canada and the Gwich'in as represented by the Gwich'in Tribal Council on April 22nd, 1992 as amended. Brackets II, the Inuvialuktun final agreement entered into between the Inuvialuktun and the Inuvialuktun Settlement Region and the Government of Canada on June 5th, 1984 as amended. III, or brackets III, the Satu, Dene, and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement entered into between Her Majesty and the Queen in right of Canada and the Dene of Colville Lake, Delaunay, Fort Good Hope, and Fort Norman, and the Métis of Fort Good Hope, Fort Norman, and the Norman Wells as represented by the Satu Tribal Council on September 6, 1993 as amended. Brackets 4, the Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement among the Clecho and the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada signed on August 25, 2023 as amended. Brackets 5, the Delaunay Final Self-Government Agreement among the Delaunay First Nation Band and the Delaunay Land Corporation, the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada dated February 18, 2015 as amended. Brackets B, any legally binding agreement intended to be a treaty under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 concluded between an Indigenous government or organization, the Government of the Northwest Territories, and the Government of Canada, or bracket C, any prescribed legally binding agreement. Brackets 2, this act is to be interpreted in a manner consistent with the recognition and affirmation of existing Aboriginal and treaty rights in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Brackets 3, an action or thing authorized by this act must be carried out in accordance with any applicable land, resources, and self-government agreement. Brackets 4, if there is a conflict or an inconsistency between a provision of this act or the regulations and a provision of a land, resources, and self-government agreement or legislation approving, giving effect to, and declaring valid a land, resources, and self-government agreement, the provision of the land, resources, and self-government agreement or legislation prevails to the extent of the conflict or inconsistency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question as, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to understand, I believe this language comes from, is repeated in at least a couple of other pieces of GNWT legislation. And can I ask the law clerk to confirm that for me, please?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry, we're...
Yeah, okay. Well, let me just try, yeah. I understand that this language comes from other laws of the Northwest Territories passed by the Assembly, so I just want to find a way to confirm that and which pieces of legislation it comes from.
Law.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, if I understand the question correctly, does this clause appear in other pieces of legislation? The answer is yes, to my knowledge, at least in 2 other pieces of legislation. There's substantially similar clauses. Those would be the Forest Act, or Bill 74, not an act yet, and the Protected Areas Act as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. That sounds pretty good to me. I would prefer having a little bit more meat on this non-derogation clause, so to speak, that makes sure that you know, we support the land resources and self-government agreements that have already been negotiated, and there's the ability to add more. So I think this is good language, and it's a little more specific than just Section 35 rights, and brings it down to our situation in the Northwest Territories. So, but includes those. So, yeah, I agree with this. I support it. We've done it before, and I think we should do it again. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, members, there was just an error in the date of the motion that was on the print, but it's not the date that's in the legislation that we currently have. It's just our document that we're reading from. So I'm going to have to get MLA Cleveland to reread that section. Brackets 4 on of the Clecho agreement section. So if we can go and have you correct that, just make note to correct that, and we can, members are okay, we can agree to go back to debate. Okay, MLA Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for pointing that out to me. So just for the record, brackets 4, or brackets Roman numeral 4, should read, the Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement among the Clecho and the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada, signed on August 25th, 2003, as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm not actually sure that this is in other acts, that it does anything to list the specific land claims. You know, the original motion says Section 35 of the Constitution Act and existing Aboriginal and treaty rights, which then is meant to include all of them, but we've done this before, and then we've kind of been having this debates in every single piece of legislation since this wording was introduced, and I would encourage the government, I guess we don't have any time, but to just put this in the Interpretation Act, and then it applies everywhere, and we can call it a day. But here we are, we'll have the debate again about whether the specific matters when we have the general. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. To the motion, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cabinet won't be supporting this. As one of the members pointed out, there is very specific information in here, and there's also very broad and general information in the subclauses, I guess subclause 4. What we want this piece of legislation to be is something that people can look at and understand what lien legislation in the territories is. And what this would require people to do is go and now read agreements and before they do work for an Indigenous government to determine whether there's any inconsistencies. They might just say, why bother? So I'm not quite clear what parts of this motion mean. It would take some analysis, and I don't really see any analysis here on what exactly this would do. You know, some people might say, no, it doesn't do anything. Other people might say, well, we'll let the courts decide, and we could wind up in the courts. So if there's legislation or if there's clauses that are ambiguous and unclear and aren't necessary, then I don't think they need to be in legislation. So I will not be. And I'll say as well that this might appear in the Forest Act and the Protected Areas Act. Those acts are not the Builder's Lien Act. They're very different. They have very different purposes. When it comes to drafting a piece of legislation, every word matters, and legislation isn't necessarily a copy and paste kind of thing. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. I will return to the mover of the motion for any closing comments on the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe that being this specific is important. I believe that not only when we're talking about land and resources, but when we're talking about land and resources in conjunction with doing business as well, that we need to be able to reference land settlement agreements and that they matter in both. So I think that this is an important distinction, and I guess people will vote how they want to vote. So thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Clause 3.1, does committee agree? Clauses 4 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 19, does committee agree? Clause 20, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by striking out landlord's interest in that portion of subclause 20 brackets 1 preceding paragraph brackets A and substituting quote landlord's interest in the premises end quote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 20 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clause 31 to 40. Does committee agree? Clause 41 to 43. Does committee agree? Clause 44. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended in that portion of subclause 44 brackets 2 preceding paragraph brackets A by striking out quote must set out end quote and substituting quote must set out comma with an affidavit supporting the claim end quote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 44 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 45. Does committee agree? Clause 46. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that subclause 46, bracket 6 of Bill 65 be deleted and the following substituted. Bracket 6, the court may, comma, on application, comma, order that a certificate of pending litigation expires if no significant steps towards trial have been taken after 2 years from the date of registration of the certificate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Clause 46 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 47 to 50. Does committee agree? Clause 51 to 60. Does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70. Does committee agree? Clause 71 to 80. Does committee agree? Clause 81 to 89. Does committee agree? Clause 90. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Cam Lake, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill...
No. Sorry, I need to get agreement on 90 because it's a new clause. So, clause 90, does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the clause as amended, I move that Bill 65 be amended. Sorry, that the Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after clause 90. Review of Act. 90.1 brackets 1. The provisions and operation of this Act must be reviewed by the department responsible for the administration of this Act within 2 years after the commencement of the 21st Legislative Assembly. Brackets 2. The review, brackets A, shall include an examination of brackets Roman numeral 1, an examination of the administration and implementation of the Act, brackets Roman numeral 2, the effectiveness of its provisions, Roman numeral 3, the achievement of its objectives, and brackets Roman numeral 4, which the entities and improvements that should be subject to the Act, and brackets B, may include any recommendations for changes to the Act. Brackets 3, the minister shall make the results of a review completed under brackets 1 publicly available by publishing them on a website maintained by the department responsible for the administration of this Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee reported this bill back as not ready, but we have called it and we are sitting here and we're reviewing it, and it's not even the 11th hour, I think, at this point in the Assembly. It's the 12th hour. But we're sitting here with this piece of legislation that on one hand is very important. At the end of the day, the point of this bill is to make sure that private industry gets paid for the work that it does and the material it provides to do that work. At the same time, we've identified as committee a number of issues with this bill and a number of concerns. And so I'm bringing forward this motion here today because and I know that a lot of people don't like stat reviews. It's not a reoccurring stat review. It is a one-time off review to be able to look at this legislation, how it is serving private industry, and to do a statutory review of it so that we can ensure that we're serving private industry and their objectives and making sure that the objectives of this bill are meeting those to the best of our ability. So I think that this is a really important clause to kind of meet in the middle if this piece of legislation is going to go forward, to make sure in short order that we are actually serving its purpose and ultimately serving the people of the Northwest Territories. We need more business in this territory, Madam Chair, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't really like stat reviews ever. I don't even know if I want a review of the act. To me, what I would have liked to see is basically two paragraphs added. One is that this act binds the government of the Northwest Territories, and then another one that says, for further clarity, public lands can't be subject to sale or seizure. I do think it's that simple. I get all of this other conversations about Indigenous land and municipalities and the nature of the infrastructure, similar to BC's legislation, got roped into this, and then we kind of went down this spiral. And then I get that prompt payment legislation got tied into all of this, but I really do think you can just bind yourself and then exempt yourself from sale and call it a day. That's really all if that review accomplished that, and I don't even mean a review, if that just legislation was introduced in the next assembly after the department gave it some thought, that would make me very happy, and I would not feel so begrudgingly voting for this presently, but that's all. Thank you.
To the motion. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a problem generally with, I wouldn't generally have a problem with something like this. Like the member from Yellowknife North, I'm not a fan of the recurring statutory reviews. As a regular member, I've been part of those. I found that if anything, they hinder progress on amending acts. But we just discussed the UNDRIP Act, and we're moving in a different direction in the coming assemblies. And even in this government, we've introduced protocols and processes that limit the amount of legislation that we can do. Going forward, it's going to take longer to do legislation. We're going to be forced to do less pieces of legislation unless the federal government decides that they actually want to, give us the kind of money we need to operate the Northwest Territories. And so I don't want to burden that limited group of people who are tasked with these types of statutory reviews with doing that work, because in 6 years, when this review would be scheduled, there could be more pressing things that need to be dealt with. And so I don't want to bind the future operations. I want them to be able to make that decision. I share the member's concern that we have this piece of legislation that for decades has really pretty much gone untouched, but I won't be supporting this this provision. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. May not come as a surprise to the other side. I think this bill was not particularly well drafted. I don't think there was adequate consultation. And to have this bill not applied to GNWT, that's not good. This might actually help fix that through a one-time review that the department would undertake, would have to make public. So I'm going to support this motion. I think statutory reviews are actually good. I think it's a way to hold cabinet to account. This one would actually be done internally by the department. They just have to make it public. So it's not carried out by a standing committee. But I'll support this, but I'm going to vote against the bill because I just think it's poorly done and should bind the NWT. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Clause 91, member for Cam Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair, the MLA for Frame Lake just let me know I joined a new club. Madam Chair, I move that the English version of Bill 65 be amended by striking out, quote, certificates in paragraph 91, brackets K, and substituting, quote, certificates, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstaining? Motion is carried. Clause 91 as amended. Does committee agree? Clause 92 to 93. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill 65 be amended by adding the following after Clause 93, consequential amendments. 93.1, brackets 1, the Land Titles Act is amended by this section, brackets 2, each of the following provisions is amended by striking out, quote, mechanics lien, end quote, and substituting, quote, builder's lien, end quote, brackets A, subsection 24, brackets 2, brackets B, subsection 96, brackets 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 93.1. Does committee agree? Clause 94. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act, as amended, is now ready for third reading? Committee? Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that the Bill 65 Builders Lien Act is as amended is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 65, the Builders Lien Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. You ready? Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. I will ask the Minister of Industry, Tourism, Investment to introduce the bill. Minister Wozniak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to present this evening Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. The Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act and regulations have not been comprehensively updated since their introduction in 2005, despite there being significant market changes over the years. Based on recommendations in the last 5-year program review of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation and direction received from the Board of Directors, an in-depth legislative review with public engagement over the last 18 months was conducted. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the 130 businesses and stakeholders who invested their time and resources to participate in the research and public engagement sessions. I also want to thank the chairpersons and members of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Board of Directors, both former and current, who played a central role in identifying the opportunity for change and who were involved throughout the legislative development process. Having an independent and public board supports an arm's-length structure and offers a level of independence for the organization, which is a highly valued and preferred by the public. The result of this extensive undertaking by the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation and its board is Bill 84. Bill 84 modernizes and amends the Act to enhance clarity, transparency, and value-added supports to Northwest Territories entrepreneurs and businesses. There are 9 amendments being put forth that will create flexibility for the organization to better respond to business needs, which can change quickly, especially during times of emergencies or crisis, like the wildfires, and will help community businesses thrive in the territory. To support these proposed amendments and the organization's strategic direction, a new name for the organization is also being proposed. The proposed name, Prosper NWT, will enable the organization to overcome the significant challenges that exist with the current name, Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation, and better aligns to the ultimate purpose and goal of the organization, which is to help bring greater prosperity to the Northwest Territories. Prosper NWT has generated much interest from my colleagues. I want to assure my colleagues and the public of two things. First, I am confident that the new name is a well-informed, meaningful, and strategic choice made after significant research. And second, that I have had the benefit of strong boards, board chairs, and management staff on whom to rely for these recommendations, that they remain arm's length and responsive to the needs of the private sector in a way that government cannot always achieve. A comprehensive and professional approach was taken to arrive at this name, a process that is typically followed by many other companies and organizations, balancing stakeholder engagement with the expertise of branding professionals, legal considerations, and the organization's overall goals and vision. Of note, the proposed name, Prosper NWT, does appear to have support from the business community, as demonstrated by a recent poll conducted by the Northwest Territories Chamber. I strongly believe that with the proposed amendments in Bill 84, including the new name for the organization, we will be able to do more and do things differently to better support Northwest Territories businesses, contributing to a stronger and more diversified economy. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions committee may have.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two witnesses with me today on my right. Ms. Joyce Taylor, the Chief Executive Officer of the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation, and on my left, Christina Duffy, Director of Legislation Division with the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the Standing Committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 84. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, Bill 84, an act to amend Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, received second reading at the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Bill 84 is proposed to make numerous changes to legislation, the impacts and operations of the corporation. The bill would also have changed the name of the corporation to Prosper NWT. At the time, the committee had concerns about the board of the corporation from the vacant board positions, inadequate representation from the communities. Further, the committee believes that the Crown Corporation, the corporation should have interacted more with the public when going through a rebranding exercise. While the amendment could not have been addressed, the concerns about the board's composition, the lack of transparency, the name selection procedure could not be changed at the stage of the process. That's why the committee decided to its clause by clause on Bill 84 on July 25th, 2023, that the bill was not ready to move forward. I'd like to thank the committee for its hard work in the review of Bill 84. Individuals and members may have additional comments, but before I hand it over back to you, Madam Chair, I'd just like, on a personal note, Prosper NWT, BDIC, it doesn't matter. As a chairman of the board, for myself, I just want to make sure access to funds for small businesses are into the communities. And I really think this is a really good program for our small businesses across the territory. And I think it doesn't matter the name in regards to it, as long as it's getting out the door and helping who needs help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 84. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to thank the committee for the work they did as well, and I will support this bill. I like some of the changes there.
the name, I guess, always it seemed to be a concern to some, and I guess it was to me at the beginning, but then I thought about it after a while, and Prosper NWT, it's actually welcoming, and that's what we need that office to be, is to allow people to go in there and feel like they're welcome there, and that they are going to get the support. And then I also see some of the other stuff, like, to provide non-financial support, which is very important to its clientele, I think. And so there are a number of good items in there. It's the meat of it that I'm looking at. The name, again, like my colleague just stated, it doesn't matter to me that much, but I think it's probably an okay name. And like I say, anything that makes it better, makes it more accessible, and provides more support to our business community, then I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I participated in the review of the bill, and I want to say I support the bill, except for the name change. And the other items in here, though, are good items that are covered here. They are in response to 3 independent reviews that were done of BDIC. And if I get the dates right, 2013, 2014, 16 or something, 2018. Anyways, that part of the bill I don't have any problems with, and I think they're helpful changes that will allow BDIC to do more of what it can and should be doing. The name change, though, very problematic. And look, I want BDIC to be independent. I want them to be arm's length from the government. I want them to have a full functioning board that's probably more representative than what's there now. And I might speak to that a little bit more. But, the name change was not part of the whole plan. We got a legislative proposal as regular MLAs. Can't talk about it, but what I can talk about is the discussion paper that was put out, the public engagement that was undertaken. The name change wasn't part of that process. And all of a sudden, it bubbled up in the bill. It was a complete surprise to committee. So we tried to find out what it was all about. We had to ask, I think, 3 times to get the information. Committee shouldn't have to ask 3 times to get information, and committee was ready to use its power to compel production of a document. That doesn't happen very often in the 8 years I've been here. I just don't know why it had to go that far. So the minister talked about how, in her view, this was a well-informed decision. When committee got the documentation, and I can't talk about it because it's top secret, there was I think I can say that there was nothing in there about a name change. So then we had to go back and ask a second time, where's the information, where's the background stuff for the name change? So then we got some more stuff, and I disagree completely with the minister's assessment that this is a well-informed decision. I respect a board, I want boards to be independent, but it's not a well-informed decision. I read the stuff. I'm a details guy.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was done well. So anyways, one question I do want to ask is, can the minister agree to make that background work? And if some of it needs to be redacted in some way, can the minister agree to make that information public? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have had a fairly significant disagreement about really about the process of getting information to committee on this one. And I will say, Madam Chair, it is unusual, but we're also not dealing with a department of the government here. We are dealing with an entity that is meant to be arm's length, and which, to be quite frank, over many years was not necessarily given as great a latitude as it could have been to be truly at arm's length. from the department, from the minister, from the minister's office. So I've certainly made it my point to really embody the idea of arm's length, to be committed to the notion of independence. And so when the board and their staff undertook this process, which I would note, Madam Chair, that in our legislative proposal, we did say that they would be undertaking a rebranding exercise and that had yet to be finalized. So that was in the legislative proposal. When they undertook that process, Madam Chair, they undertook that process internally. There was research done that did engage market research, obviously looking at the market. So they then felt strongly that the process they undertook was not meant to be one that would then turn around and be shared. The products that were produced for that process were not meant to be produced for public consumption. I respected that, and so that's where, unfortunately, we did get into this dispute with committee. It was never meant to be anything other than that. And I think that has left us with a bit of a bad taste in our mouths, which is, again, unfortunate because it could otherwise be a positive name change. Madam Chair, I fear I'm now in the same situation. I'm sitting in front of committee. I'm now sitting in front of committee of the whole. It's a public question. I'm in the same boat where I have a board and staff of an entity that's arm's length where they're asking me to keep their materials that were not created for public consumption to not be going out to public consumption. The situation hasn't changed. I was able to share it with committee under the conventions of this House. I can't do the same thing if I'm sharing it to the public. I'm sure, Madam Chair, we can come up with a draft document that would summarize the market research, that would summarize the process of the market research, and I would commit to putting that type of document out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, that's all great, and I do appreciate this minister's approach to BDIC, and I think the new management has been great there too. I've heard lots of positive things, and I want to say that publicly. So, sorry I'm picking on you on the name change, but the rest of it has been good, everything I've heard. But I have heard complaints from small businesses about the name change. People feel some businesses don't think it's a good idea, they don't like it. And I guess what I'm getting at here is that there wasn't, in my opinion, and from having reviewed the documents that I'm not allowed to talk about, adequate public engagement to support the name change. And I'm not trying to reach in and interfere with what the board does, but it's just not there. Plus, I think it also sets a bad precedent where we say we're going to do something, people are engaged, and then all of a sudden, wow, something new is thrown in at the end without an opportunity for people to express views or concerns, whatever, about it. So that's a bad precedent. And I'm sorry, I can't support a bad precedent in that way. But in any event, I've asked the questions about trying to get more information out there about the basis for the name change and how that was done. The ministers of the view was well informed. I disagree completely, having seen the information. I think there can and should have been public engagement around that. And if it had been up to me, I would have found a way to try to split this bill so we deal with the stuff that we can all agree on, which is getting these improvements to BDIC so that they can get money out the door and do their job better. That's different than the name change. That's a completely different thing, and that was not part of the original package. Rebranding might have been, but I'd include the fact that this was going to result in a name change, but maybe that's my fault, my failing. So at the end of the day, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I can support this bill because it sets a bad precedent where something pops up at the end of the process and people didn't have a chance to participate and express views about it. So the rest of it, good stuff. Keep doing what you're doing. And I want BDIC to continue to invest in things like the Fort McPherson Tent and Canvas, Denny Fur Clouds, the Fort Liard arts and crafts stuff. Those are great projects. It's at your own initiative. I believe in government intervention. I believe in government creating jobs in communities, and that is a big part of BDIC's mandate, and I want to see more of that, please. please do it. So that's it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the discussion we're having here right now. In regards to rebranding, you have to think about that too as well. I know, take a look at Housing Corporation, NWT Housing Corporation. They went through the whole exercise, and at the end they called it Housing NWT. But the policies are still the same, the people are still the same, the monies are still the same, everything, nothing, when you really look at it, it's just a different set of clothes the next day they're wearing, everything else is still the same. In regards to changing the name for BDIC to Prosper NWT, I'm not really sure. I think a lot of people here in the Northwest Territories are familiar with the term of BCI, BNI, what's it called, BCIC? Is that what it is? Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to know, I'm surprised that this came up now, but at the same time, had the board had an opportunity to be part of this process, and when you said you had 130 business people and stakeholders, what were their thoughts on this idea of changing the name? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, again, this was led by the board and their director, CEO, so I'd like to turn it over to the CEO, please.
Sorry, Ms. Taylor.
Yeah, the board was engaged throughout the process. They, with the board of 8 members at the time, they initiated the process through the strategic planning process to look into improving the image of the BDIC and to look into branding as a part of the mandate under my tenure. They also engaged in the conversations with the 11 engagement sessions that were held with the stakeholders. And during that time, it was continually expressed that there was a ton of confusion, especially with BDIC and BDC, as well as at least 10 other organizations. And there was continual concern that there was bad goodwill coming from other organizations, and that was also exemplified today in the newspaper for the Yellow Knifer. The media confused the BDIC with the BDC. There was allegations of fraud in the newspaper where the tagline referred to BDIC when in fact the loan was from the BDC. We had nothing to do with that lending, and that media and confusion continues. So the board, throughout the process, looked at and discussed the name, and they looked at what the professionals had stated should be done. They deferred it to the marketing and communications specialists that indicated that there was a problem with our branding. There was extensive confusion with the BDIC and the BDC, and to create a simple ownable name that was easy in English, easy in French, and could be also identified with easily in the communities as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Again, I know the rebranding portion, we're changing the Housing Corporation to Housing NWT. Maybe we could build 10 houses just on that, all the letterheads and everything else that costs of doing all that. This could be just a simple fix, all you got to do is, where it says BDIC, just put a polar bear there or something like that. And the other one's BDC, that's a federal organization, put a Canada flag or something there. But anyway, I guess I'm just wondering, can you maybe elaborate a little bit more as to how your engagement process of this bill with your board, and what kind of feedbacks were you're getting from, or some of the concerns as well in regards to this bill from your board? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, as a general process, I suppose it's, sorry, I'm struggling. It's just long question. There was a lot, I mean, one of the things I guess I would speak to would be the need to get the venture program to a place where it was more accessible and more usable. There was significant interest in being able to deliver supports business programs in a way that right now, under the current legislation, was not authorized. There's a desire to move an authority from an executive council, which requires all the cabinet, to the ministerial level, but also to give greater authority directly to the board itself, so that we're not, again, as reliant upon the Department of ITI or the minister. You know, again, there was a recognition of, you know, if we're still talking about the rebranding, I'm not sure, but certainly, again, the concern being, I mean, the member mentioned earlier BCIC, so there, yeah, there's BCIC, BDIC, BTC, there's, I mean, First Nations financial, there's other financial, there's this financial, so there was a long list of names, and again, there was a marketing, a whole marketing process undertaken to do the research on this. I am not an expert in that. I'm quite content to rely on those who are the experts in that. There was a need to define conflicts of interest. This has come up in the time that I've been in this role. So, yeah, I mean, all of those things were, you know, the occasions when the board gets together have a chance to meet with me as well. They had done, what we heard report on this was fairly extensive and lengthy, and spoke to a lot of these issues. So Madam Chair, I'm not sure where else to go. I don't want to take all the members' time, so I'll pause there and see if there's one that you'd like more information on. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willete.
Taking all my time, add another 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. No. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the response. So you talked about the involvement of your board. How about the independent board? I know BDIC has an independent board. Can you let me know how were they involved in this bill, and what kind of comments and feedback were you getting from them as well? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me turn that to Ms. Taylor. So that's his call. Ms.
Taylor.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the board was initially from the strategic planning session to involvement in the drafting of the discussion paper after the engagement through surveys, 78 surveys, respondents as to what we should address. They were also involved in the engagement sessions with the public prior, and there were 51 participants in 11 sessions that spanned from May of 2022 right through to July of 2022, and they were held in French and English. They were held in for the regions at different times of the day to accommodate. The board spoke to them. The board was involved in the review of the What We Heard report, and then they were also involved with the drafting of the legislation and the changes that were proposed that came out of the What We Heard report in response to what the public and the various stakeholders had to say. And then they were also engaged as a part of the interview process, where there were 11 interviews with business advisory, businesses themselves, board members, senior management. There were representatives from the business communities at an association level speaking to the whole issue of the brand audit, and they contributed to that process. And then once the branding audit results came, they saw what the experts had said. They also had presentations on the proposed names. 50 names were reviewed. So anyway, their involvement was throughout. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willete.
Thank you for that response. I guess my last question would be for the Minister is, what does she feel will be the biggest impacts for NWT businesses with the proposed amendments of this bill? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm happy to give my own views on it. I do think it'd be beneficial to also hear from the CEO, but I mean, I suppose at this point I'd probably highlight, and I don't like to pick favorites. It's like picking your favorite child. I mean, to be honest, actually, I would actually put the rebranding on there because there is confusion in the space, in the ecosystem of supports for businesses. It doesn't even matter to me necessarily, as has been said already, whether it's Prosper NWC or something different, but it needs to be something different. I'm glad if it is something that has been done by a professional organization to make that determination. because there needs to be clarity around the business ecosystems that are available to support businesses in the Northwest Territories. There's not right now. They don't know who to go to for what level of service or for what type of service. And so second to that, I would say, is the ability here for BDIC to provide business supports, which right now have to go through the minister, if they can be supported at all. So the ability for them to start to do that on their own in a responsive way will be more responsive and more timely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Prosper MWT is the greatest name ever. I love it. I'm excited. I'm really excited for the CEO and board and to truly become arm's length, and hopefully they don't have to deal with any more MLAs for a long time. My only concern, though, is I think the board right now has 4 Yellowknife members and 1 Fort Smith member, and then has some vacancies. Can I get an update on how we're doing with trying to add some diversity to the board? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Recently, under the last board composition, our chair was from Inuvik and we had a member from McClavic. The current board members, I have numbers, but I don't necessarily have where they're from. So I might see if the CEO can respond to that, please.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is 1 board member from Fort Smith, and there are 4 members from Yellowknife. And we are engaging in a broad media campaign in order to attract more board members for the vacant positions. And we're going out for a minimum of 6 members. And we are going to be doing 5 weeks of advertising. And there will be a nomination committee that will ensure that, using our matrix, that there is a diversity both from community and representation as well as from various disciplines and industries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for Tunde Willade. He asked some of the questions that I wanted out on the floor, which was, what are the biggest impacts of this bill going to be? At the end of the day, you know, am I in love with Prosper NWT? Maybe not. My concern is that will businesses know where to go? And I guess that is another marketing campaign that will have to happen. But ultimately, I don't believe that it is the role of this House to jump into marketing activities. The idea of members from either side of the House, whether you are a minister or a regular member, jumping into any kind of marketing activity for the GNWT or their arm's length organizations, in my mind, is definitely not our jobs, and I definitely don't want to see that precedent set here today. We have, over the last 4 years, gotten really good at poking one another when we get into the weeds, and I think this is definitely one where this is too far into the weeds, in my opinion. And I will be supporting this bill because of the impacts listed by the minister and by the executive director. At the end of the day, it's our job to provide political direction and not to decide what the name of an organization it will be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Members, are there any more general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 6. Does committee agree? Clause 7. Member for Nunukput.
No. Just 1 second, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, member for Nunukput.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Not to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Act Corporation, the clause 7 of Bill 84, renumbered as subclause 7.1, and following to be added after renumbered subclause. The following added, what you doing? You're waving your little arm around you. The following act to add after subsection 5, brackets 1.2, brackets 1.3, brackets, the minister shall make reasonable efforts to appoint directors who are respective of the economic sectors and communities of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Clause 7 as amended, does committee agree? Clause 8 through 10, does committee agree? Clause 10 through 15, does committee agree? Clause 16 through 20, does committee agree? Clause 21 through 25, does committee agree? Clauses 25 to 29, does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended, is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development Investment Corporation Act as amended? Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake. Get us out of here.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Order. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 55-19 brackets 2, Bill 65, Bill 84, Bill 85, and would like to report progress with 15 motions carried, and that Committee Report 55-19-2 is concluded, and that Bill 85 is ready for third reading, and Bill 65 and 84 are ready for third reading as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
For Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife South. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Okay, third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the honourable member from Yellowknife South, that Bill 74, the Forest Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Center. The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunede-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 74 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Center. The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunede-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 78 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for the Sawtoo, that Bill 83, Liquor Act, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Center. The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunede-Willade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 83 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from the Nahende, that Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. A motion is in order to the motion. Member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'll be voting with the carbon tax, but I just want to put clarity. Is the reason I'm supporting the carbon tax bill tonight, it's going to give our communities their funds with the community, local community governments, and it's going to get the monies to the people, the individual peoples that need it. And I'm still praying it's a tiered system, and that's why I'm supporting it tonight. But as a carbon tax bill as a whole, I don't support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nanakput. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtooth, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Welede, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. Order. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 92 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, October 5th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1578-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bills 23, 75, and 80. Committee reports 52, 53, Minister Statement 264, Table Document 681, Table Document 973, Table Document 974. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bills 65, 84, and 85, and orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stand is adjourned until Thursday, October 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.